All right. Good morning, everyone. Today is Wednesday, July 9th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled meeting of the Nevada Gaming Control Board for the month of July 2024. Before we get started, I'd like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phone so we don't have any interruptions during today's meeting. July 10th. Very good. Thank you. It's July 10th for our regularly scheduled meeting. And may I ask that you all please rise and join the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible. Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the Nevada Open Meeting Law?
Yes, it has.
All right, then we will be covering all of our items noted on our July agenda. Madam Secretary, let's please proceed with our first public comment section.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during the public comment section may not be acted upon by the board, but of course, we're interested in hearing comments from the public as well as from my fellow board members. Let's first go to Las Vegas. Is there anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment this morning? Please step forward, state your name, and spell your name for the record.
Glenn.
Please.
Glenn Hunsucker. Today's topic, Regulation 14.110, modification of a gaming device. Please pay attention to the word modification. Modifications to gaming devices allows casinos to control the outcome of the game. This is why they're fraudulent. The person or law firm that wrote these regulations should never be allowed to work for the Gaming Commission again. They knew the purpose of these modifications when they wrote them. They also made sure that these modifications were kept secret from the public, the media, and law enforcement. The word modification does not have the same definition as the word legal. In fact, a modification to a gaming device may render the gaming device illegal or fraudulent. To know if a modification is illegal, you must know exactly what that modification is and how it affects the outcome of the gaming device. Here is the problem you face. There is no list of modifications for you to refer to. This was done intentionally by those who wrote the regulations. I ask that you have someone find a list of these modifications to a gaming device and make them available to the public, media, and law enforcement. I ask that this regulation be excluded, revised, or evaluated as to its legality. I would like to remind the members of this board the Nevada gaming regulations do not replace federal law or the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment this morning?
Good morning, Ira Duyanen for the Culinary Union, DUYANEN. The federal government ruled that the Red Rock Casino's unlawful misconduct between September 2019 and June 2020 stemmed from a carefully crafted corporate strategy. In its June 17, 2024 decision, affirming a 2022 administrative law ruling, the NLRB found that the most important unfair labor practices were planned and executed by Red Rock Casino and Station Casinos' top management and owners. In rejecting Red Rock's defenses, The NLRB called out several station casinos executives by name for their unreliable testimony. Chief Financial Officer Stephen Cootie, Chief Legal Officer Jeffrey Welsh, and now retired Chief Operating Officer Robert Finch, among others, according to the board, testified with such an unusual degree of evasiveness and wholly implausible forgetfulness that the judge was fully warranted in discounting their testimony as generally unreliable except where independently corroborated or against the Red Rock Casinos' interests. Station Casinos, its parent company, Red Rock Resorts, Inc., and its properties now face a series of NLRB cases that together constitute one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in American history and could result in a massive financial liability. The Station Casinos discrimination trial resumes in July, with 39 hearing days scheduled for 2024. We believe that unlawful misconduct by a Nevada gaming license holder should not be tolerated in any way. We have included a copy of the June 17th decision with our comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas?
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Mercedes Cabrera. He trabajado en Green Valley Ranch hace 17 años como kitchen worker. Estoy luchando para que mis beneficios estén asegurados por un contrato y para que mis compañeros y yo tengamos seguridad laboral. Tenemos más de 10 años luchando. Hace 5 años atrás ganamos nuestra elección sindical y Station Casinos dijo que respetaría la decisión de los trabajadores. Todavía no hemos visto ese respeto. Gracias.
Thank you.
I'll be translating for Ms. Cabrera. My name is Mercedes Cabrera, Cabrera. I have worked at Green Valley Ranch for 17 years as a kitchen worker. I am fighting for my benefits to be guaranteed by a contract and for my colleagues and I to have security in our jobs. We have been fighting for more than 10 years. 5 years ago, we won our union election and Station Casinos said that it would respect the workers' decision, and we still have not seen that respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Rory Kirkendall. I'm also here today for the Culinary Union. My name is spelled Rory, R-O-R-Y, last name Kirkendall, K-U-Y-K-E-N-D-A-L-L. According to a joint press release from Virgin Hotels Las Vegas and Mohegan on May 7th, Virgin Hotels Las Vegas would start offering integrated gaming at the property under the management of Cliff Atkinson, president of the property, subject to all regulatory approvals after a transition period. While it is not clear whether anyone besides Mr. Atkinson will be subject to investigation and licensing by Nevada gaming regulators, we urge the Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission to think broadly about upcoming suitability reviews at Virgin Las Vegas. For example, Jay Wolf, a managing partner at Juniper Capital, is a chairman of the board of JCLPF Las Vegas, the owner of Virgin Las Vegas Hotel, according to Juniper Capital's website. As far as we can tell, Virgin Las Vegas is the first time Juniper has been involved in the gaming industry, specifically in the highly regulated Nevada gaming industry. According to Juniper Capital's website, prior to joining Juniper, Mr. Wolf was a founding partner at Trinad Capital Management, LLC, the manager of an activist hedge fund that focused on small cap and distressed public companies. Mr. Wolf worked at Trinad alongside its other founder and managing director, Robert S. Ellen. SEC documents show that Mr. Wolf and Ellen were managing partners together at Trinad as of June 2007. Mr. Wolf worked at Trinad from November of 2003 until September of 2009. FINRA's broker check discloses 3 final regulatory actions concerning a Robert Scott Ellen, and I'm providing those documents. According to the first of 3 disclosures found on FINRA's broker check, in 1991, Robert Scott Ellen was fined $27,455.50 and suspended from association with any member of the NASD in any capacity for 3 months. The complaint alleged that Ellen executed transactions in the account of a customer without the authorization or consent of the customer. And Ellen opened accounts for 3 customers who were registered to other member firms and failed to note on such on account documentation. Ellen appealed to the Security and Exchange Commission in March of 1992, and his appeal was dismissed for failure to file a brief. A second disclosure shows that Robert Scott Ellen's NASD registration was revoked in March of 1992 for non-payment of fines and/or costs. The revocation was rescinded on April 26, 1994, after fines and/or costs were fully paid. A third disclosure reveals a complaint filed in August of 1990 against Robert Scott Ellen, alleging he executed a transaction in the account of a customer without authorization, knowledge, or consent of the customer. A decision rendered in January of 1992, wherein the offer of a settlement submitted by respondent Ellen was accepted, resulted in him being censured and fined. With casino management transitioning to Virgin, we encourage you to review Jay Wolf's background, including his relationship with Robert Scott Ellen. We also urge you to investigate the other managing partners of Juniper Capital, Alex Chris and Armand Real, both of whom are also board members at JCLPF Vegas LLC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment?
Good morning, Brianna Carbajal for the Culinary Union, that is BRIANA CARBAJAL. Shirazali Jafar Ali Laji was an owner and gaming licensee of the Rampart Casino when he died on March 28, 2020. However, his name remained on the casino's gaming license until March 21, 2024, when the Culinary Union raised this issue to the Nevada Gaming Commission. We find this disturbing. A dead person with an active gaming license is not appropriate for Nevada, and we worry that Nevada Gaming Control Board's Regulation 9 was not properly enforced following Laji's death. Regulation 9.020 states, no licensee shall permit any spouse, heir, next of kin, personal representative, or guardian to take part in the operation of the licensed establishment, nor pay over to such person any part of the profits of such operation, which accrue after the date or death or disability, unless such person is either a co-licensee or the holder of a temporary license as successor in interest, representative, or guardian. Given that the Nevada Gaming Commission has yet to approve a successor license holder for Rampart Casino, we have to ask, have any profits from the gaming operation at the Rampart been paid to an unlicensed heir or family member of Mr. Laji after his passing? We estimate Rampart Casino generates approximately $140 million in gaming revenue per year. Has any portion of such gaming revenue generated since Mr. Laji's passing been paid out to unlicensed individuals? We ask these questions in interest of upholding the integrity of Nevada's gaming regulatory system. We thank the staff for the time spent on the June 6 correspondence, and we look forward to your response or questions to our questions today, and we have included an explanation of our estimation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas this morning wishing to make public comment? I don't see anyone else, so let's go up here to Carson City. Anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment this morning? Seeing none. Judge, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I would just like to personally thank John Michaela right here, Michael Soms, Ed McGaw, Nona Lawrence, and Chief Darlene Caruso for their outstanding work product, excellent legal guidance, and for guiding us through several difficult issues in the past couple of months. I truly appreciate their stellar guidance and legal acumen, and we wouldn't be able to do our job without you. So thank you so much for what you do each and every day.
Thank you, Judge, and I concur. So with that, that will close our public comment section for the beginning of the meeting. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda, I believe, is the approval of last month's disposition, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for June 2024.
We've all had the opportunity to review the disposition. I didn't have any corrections or questions. Did either of my colleagues have questions regarding last month's disposition?
None for me, Chair.
None for me. Thank you.
All right, then I would entertain a motion to approve the disposition from June 2024.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I would move to approve the prior month's disposition.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick.
Aye, that motion passes. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to non-restricted number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Penn Entertainment, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen.
And we always have a short firm presentation, Mr. Soriano, Mr. Chairman. So with your permission, we'll have Mr. Soriano provide his presentation, and we'll be happy to take the questions.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Member Judge Assad, Member Dr. Watkins, Madam Secretary. Thank you for the opportunity to appear in front of the board this morning here in Carson City. I'd also like to thank the staff for their professionalism in working to get this matter ready for you today. First, by way of a brief update, our property, the M Resort in Henderson, continues to do very well. We've announced, and many of you were at the groundbreaking for the new hotel tower there that's due to be completed, hopefully in the beginning of 2026. City of Henderson has been a great partner thus far as we work through the approvals necessary to move forward with that project, and design and contractor retention is on schedule, and we're really looking forward to expanding that signature property for us. Similarly, because we're in Northern Nevada, I don't want to leave out our other property, Cactus Pete's in Jackpot, which continues to do very well and be a nice part of the market there. We're very proud of that property and its performance, and we really appreciate the opportunity to be a licensee here in the state of Nevada. I want to acknowledge that in our recent compliance review, staff gave us some comments about some recommendations that took us a while to implement. And first, let me begin by saying we always appreciate working with the Gaming Control Board and with the staff on our compliance plans and updates, and the suggestions and recommendations we get are very constructive, and it's a very good dialogue. We take compliance very seriously, and we're always looking to study best practices, learn from the experts, learn from others as to how we might be able to advance our compliance plans. So this is always a very good process. It's a very good back and forth. By way of example, some of what we did in terms of our recent compliance updates required some changes to our system. So we have 43 properties with different accounting systems. To address some of the recommendations regarding vendor due diligence, we had to get those systems to talk to each other and get consolidated on a single accounting systems. We then went out and procured an enhanced vendor diligence system to work with that system so that we could make sure everything was working together. And that took some time, but it's certainly up and running now, and something that's working well and that we are happy to move forward with. But I do want the board to know that, you know, whenever, and Chair, we've had these conversations on the technology side, whenever we're doing things with systems, we want to make sure we don't break something else. And so there's certainly been an effort to make sure that our new enhanced vendor due diligence system does what it is that we want it to do. And we're very happy to say that it does. I think in the future, if we find ourselves in a situation like that again, where a recommendation from the staff is taking a while to implement, we'll sit down, we'll come up with a timeline and a projection, milestones in terms of what we may be having to do on the systems, and sit down, make sure everybody's on the same page regarding that, so that there's no confusion and everybody understands exactly what it is we're doing and how we're progressing towards meeting the recommendations. We do have a plan revision submitted that we're very proud of, that we worked very collaboratively with the staff on, that I think addresses what we need to address as compliance teams going forward for the next couple of years. You know, we try to keep our plan as updated as possible. Again, we want to be mindful of compliance best practices, mindful of the fact that when we're doing compliance, it's for 43 properties in 20 jurisdictions, and that we're really being responsive to that which it is we need to be responsive to from a compliance perspective. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I respectfully request approval of the shelf registration.
Thank you for that, Mr. Soriano. Appreciate your update on the compliance plan. Obviously, this is about a different item, but nice of you to bring it up and address it head on. I was interested, are there other jurisdictions that you're in that require compliance plans?
So great question, Chair. Typically not to the extent that this board does. We submit, let me back up by saying, whether it was required or not, we would want to have a very strong compliance review and reporting plan in place. This board and Nevada is at the forefront in terms of the level of review and the level of revisions and the level of comments and the periodic updates that we see in terms of the other jurisdictions that we're in. Oftentimes, other jurisdictions will ask us for a copy of it. They may ask how a particular aspect works, but certainly this board is at the cutting edge in terms of what's requested from licensees, at least in the jurisdictions in which we operate.
Good. Thank you for that. I just didn't have any background knowledge, so I'm interested always in what other jurisdictions are doing, and glad to hear that you obviously provide them with a copy of the Nevada plan or your compliance plan if they ask for it.
Yes.
Yeah. My understanding is there's still a couple of items that are outstanding on the compliance plan, but we don't need to get into that today. But my other colleagues may have questions for you about the compliance plan. And then Mr. Giordano, we can walk through the shelf and the order. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Soriano before we address the shelf?
Yes, Chair, I do comments and questions. And again, as the chair mentioned, I understand that you are here on a different issue. However, while you're here, I think it's important, given the nature of the compliance issues and the longstanding nature, moreover, the longstanding nature of the compliance issues, I think it's pertinent to address it here today. And so you sort of mentioned that part of the reason why there has been this longstanding nature of these compliance issues is due to technology issues and attempting to get different systems to speak with one another. Have you had these technology issues since 2020?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Dr. Watkins. Let me clarify and make sure we're on the same page. What we were trying to do is have a system in place. I'll go into the detail a little bit. What we've typically done without I want to be sensitive as to how much information I give out about systems, obviously, but with respect to vendor due diligence, which is the gist of what we've been discussing, we typically did not, when we looked at thresholds in terms of which vendors we would perform significant diligence on, we typically looked at it on a per property basis. Per property spend was the threshold that we used. The recommendation that we've been working toward is aggregating vendor spend across the entire enterprise. So let's look at how much we spend, how much, add it all up, essentially. What are we spending? Going back to 2020, 2021, properties were running different accounting systems because our company has been put together over time. We had to, we came with legacy accounting systems. And so the way those reports come out of those systems, if you want to aggregate them and have it be a reliable outcome, you've got to get those systems to work together. So what we did was migrate actually towards a consolidated accounting system for the entire company. That was something that was in place, a project that was ongoing. COVID slowed it down. So before we were able to get to having one accounting system through Oracle, it took some time to get that system consolidated. Once we got that consolidated and said, okay, now we have a good set of now we get a good set, aggregated, reliable set of spend, because we have thousands of vendors. So to do it manually would have been, led to an unreliable result. Now we have a good set of information. Now, how are we going to take those several thousand vendors and perform diligence on them? And we looked at, well, do we do it internally? Do we have somebody, we have a compliance team start looking at this? We started to build out a system where potentially we would do that. That was not viable. That just did not look like it would be an efficient system. So then we started looking at external vendors, and we ended up bringing in an external vendor to help us with that process. Then we had to get all the information put into that system. Then we had to make sure that worked right. So that's the chronology of how we got here. So first it was a matter of getting on a consolidated accounting system, and then from there finding a system that would help us with our vendor due diligence. We did procure essentially this vendor due diligence system in response to this recommendation.
Okay, I understand that, but I also understand, it's also my understanding that there are other issues outside of the vendor issues as it relates to compliance, and that even all of the vendor issues have not been resolved. But as a result of the areas of concerns identified in August 2020 compliance plan review and failure to correct a significant number of those issues, the board has had to expend resources to conduct compliance plan reviews that it otherwise in the normal course of business would not have. So I think there is concern, at least on my part, that compliance has not been taken seriously, especially, again, I'll say, given the longstanding nature of these issues. So my hope is that we do see that the recommendations are implemented, the recommendations coming from the board are implemented in the very near future. And also that any requests that come from the board in the future are responded to in a timely manner.
I appreciate that, Dr. Watkins. If I could just clarify, we were notified at the conclusion of the 2020 review that rather than be on a normal 4-year cycle, that we would have a sooner review. And I believe that was because of a relationship that the company had with a media partner and that there wanted to be a check-in based on that. So they obviously, we have had more reviews than others, but I would also just say in terms of addressing the recommendations, I believe that the plan that's in place has addressed all of the recommendations, that we are on track, and we take obviously suggestions and recommendations and comments very, very seriously. And again, I think we're in a very good place moving forward.
Okay, I'm not sure that all of the recommendations have actually been addressed, at least with the most recent report that I have received, but we can look into that in the future. But I appreciate you being here today and addressing the compliance issues affirmatively.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins.
Judge Saad, did you have questions for Mr. Soriano before we address the shelf offering?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Just like to make a quick comment. I share the same concerns as my colleagues, and I think those concerns have been addressed satisfactorily. As far as I'm concerned, I'm sensitive to the facts that you have 43 properties in multiple jurisdictions with all the technical issues and so forth that you have to deal with. You're making a good faith effort to comply, and I'm satisfied with that. So I thank you for being here in person as well.
Thank you, Judge. It's a privilege to appear here in person.
Thank you, Mr. Soriano. Mr. Giordano, let's address the shelf application. We want to go through the Regulation 16.115 analysis real quick for the record for us.
Sure. The requirements for eligibility for shelf approval under Reg 16.115 are: first, you have a class of securities listed, and Penn does in fact have a class of securities listed on NASDAQ stock market, for specifically its common stock traded under symbol PEN. And also the company is required to have shareholders' equity in excess of $15 million. And in fact, as of the last 10K filed by Penn for the year ended December 31, 2023, they have the $3,199.6 billion of shareholder equity. So they satisfy the specific requirements. And also they have in fact filed all reports required by the SEC under Section 13 or Section 15D of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, and they have also complied with that. So they satisfy all the eligibility requirements for a shelf public offering under Regulation 16.115.
Thank you for putting that on the record. And my understanding is there's no anticipated use right now for the shelf approval. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairman.
Okay.
Basically, it's basically for anything from anticipated such may be used for general corporate purposes, which might include without limitation capital expenditures, repurchases of common stock, acquisitions, working capital, and repayment of amounts due under Penn's revolving credit facility.
Very good, and provides the company with flexibility necessary of what the regulation is for. So appreciate that. Dr. Watkins, do you have questions regarding the shelf approval?
Just a comment in that it appears that all of the regulatory requirements have been met. So I'm happy to support the application.
Judge Assad?
That's all.
No questions, very straightforward.
All right, then I believe we are on, is it draft number 2 we're working off of now? There's a draft number 1, dated 6/10/24. All right, Mr. Giordano, I assume you've reviewed that with your client and agree with everything in there?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. We have reviewed draft number 1 dated June 10, 2024, the proposed order for this item, and we find its terms and provisions to be appropriate under the circumstances.
Very good. Thank you. If neither board member has any additional questions, I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 1.
Thank you,
Nothing
Chairman.
further for me.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just saying there's nothing further for me.
Neither from myself. I'm happy to make that motion.
Please.
I would move that we recommend to the Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 1, the application for a continuous or delayed public offering with the shelf order draft number 1 dated 6/10/24.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Bringing us to non-restricted item number 2, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Caesars Entertainment, Inc. for finding of suitability as sole member and manager of Digital Holdco LLC to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda and for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the application of Digital Holdco LLC for registration as an intermediary company for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of William Hill U.S. Holdco, Inc., and to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the application of William Hill U.S. Holdco, Inc. for a transfer of interest. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, I have a disclosure. My partner is accountant at Sears. However, I do not believe that this relationship would affect my ability to make an objective decision here today. Therefore, I intend to participate on this matter.
All right. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Member Dr. Watkins, Member Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. Once again, for the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing on behalf of the applicants here in this item. With me at the podium is Jeff Hendricks, the Senior Vice President, Regulatory and Compliance and Assistant General Counsel for Caesars Entertainment. The application before you are approvals to basically insert a new intermediary holding company between Caesars and William Hill U.S. Holdco. And then the also related pledges required with the formation of a new subsidiary with respect to the current outstanding debt requiring securitization by pledges. And that's basically the application before you today.
You tell us a little bit about the business reasons on why you're doing this restructuring.
I'd be happy to. Good morning, Chair, Judge Assad, Member Watkins, Dr. Watkins. Pleasure to be in front of you as always, and welcome to our cool and crisp northern Nevada weather. So nice to be in front of you. So the short answer is that this transaction is being conducted for corporate finance and tax reasons. I'm going to get into the longer answer now and kind of walk you through the business rationale for this request. And I guess I would just note this is a little bit arcane for me, and I'm a regulatory lawyer, so this has been a real intersection of a lot of different disciplines to kind of get us to this request. So at a high level, our company has been built through M&A. And what that does is create some organizational complexity in here, in particular relating to the rebranding of our digital businesses that we've embarked on over the past 3 and 4 years. So the addition of Digital Holdco allows us to minimize some of that corporate tax and financial complexity and the side effects of how our organizational structure has been designed. So as really high background, generally our organization is designed such that we have our ultimate parent company, Caesars Entertainment, Inc. And then we have holding companies that sit directly below CEI. And those holding companies hold the assets from prior transactions. So the entity that used to be the Isle of Capri, the entity that used to be William Hill, for instance. And so as you have those different verticals within the organization, that can sometimes create some corporate complexity. And so this here is designed to minimize some of that complexity. So to move into the specific issue that made us request to insert Digital Holdco is that when we acquired William Hill, we then launched upon a rebranding of those various digital businesses. So as sports betting has expanded and iGaming has expanded, we wanted to leverage some of the use of our brands such as Caesars Palace, Horseshoe, Caesars Sportsbook. So then we reached a licensing agreement with some of the subsidiaries of our digital vertical that allowed them a royalty-free access to marks and brands held by subsidiaries of CEI, right? So a lot of moving pieces here. Because that was a royalty-free access to those rights, that creates an intercompany transaction that's deemed charge between the subsidiary of Caesars and then the subsidiary of William Hill US, which is the specific holding company, each year. So we have the royalty-free transaction, royalty-free mark is offered, that then creates this intercompany transaction. And that transaction starts to kind of accrue on our balance sheet as a potential liability for our digital business. So by inserting Digital Holdco into the organizational chart, we can then move the holder of that right and the user of that right within the same vertical. And what that does is that allows us to eliminate that intercompany transaction between the various sides of the business and reduce pretty substantial liability to the ultimate parent company, and then collapse all of those marks and the rights thereof within the same vertical. So that was a lot. Happy to kind of go into any of those areas. I hope that addresses your question without being too mind-numbing in detail.
Thank you. Yeah, you addressed it very well, and that was what I was interested in. Our materials explained it, but I was looking for the real business reason. I've been involved in a fair amount of M&A, and always the tax guys should be involved in the front, and if they're not, they come along in the back and they tell you to fix everything. So understand completely what you're trying to do. So thank you for explaining that. I was also interested, because we're talking about the digital side of the business. How is the World Series of Poker going from both the live going on in Las Vegas and liquidity now? Are you seeing greater liquidity from the online digital side?
Yeah, I could happy to speak to both. So we've been really pleased with that business in general. As you know, we moved those operations from Rio, a property we no longer own, to Horseshoe on the Las Vegas Strip. We're now in the second year of operations at Horseshoe. Been really pleased with how that has presented. I don't know if you've seen the WSOP setup, but it is a monumental effort, and I think it really, provides a unique and world-class offering in the poker space. So we've been really pleased to see that move over to the Strip. Horseshoe's been a great home for that. And then on the liquidity side, the business continues to do well. I mean, poker as a business is not what it was at some points in the past, but we're appreciative of all the board's efforts to help us grow and maintain that business, and have been very pleased with WSOP.
Good to hear. I ask you this question in case you know as you said, the monumental effort to put on the live World Series of Poker. How do you deal with the staffing issue? So we're always hearing about dealer staffing issues, and you put a lot of people to work. And first of all, thank you and congratulations for that. But how does Caesars pull that off?
Yeah, so really all of our team members help in that effort. So that's team members from our human resources side, from our dedicated WSOP side, from our operational leaders at the properties to support the initiative. So it's a year-long project for us, right? We have our main events here, a little bit south of here in Las Vegas, but we also have circuit events that go across the country year-round. So we managed to build relationships with the folks who actually work those events on kind of a traveling basis, and then do a number of efforts to facilitate the project here in Nevada. So it's our human resources team making sure that we have people covered from the employment side. It's our compliance team members that help facilitate the design and effectuation of the event, all of the tax planning and reporting and compliance efforts that goes in with staff. Frankly, it's the assistance of the board, who works with us around, year round to make the effort successful, addresses questions as we go, has built a framework that is very conducive to the product and to our guest experience. And we believe also meets all of the necessary regulatory needs. And then it's staying in touch with those team members so that they have a good experience when they're here working the event, and they want to come back next year and the year after that. So it's really everyone in our enterprise who makes that successful.
Great. Well, it's a wonderful product you're presenting, and opportunity to hire a lot more people for several months from dealer side, and a lot of people coming into Nevada. So always happy to see it every year.
I think, Mr. Chairman, also you may have noticed in the report yesterday in Las Vegas Journal that the main event has a record number of entrants, well over 10,000. So it's clearly something that is popular and becoming more popular, at least the live poker tournament concept.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. Member Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Hendricks or Mr. Giordano?
Just comments in that I appreciate the explanation regarding the transactions you're seeking. That's helpful. I don't have questions or concerns. Happy to support that application, and congratulations on the success of poker.
Thank you very much.
Judge Saad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. Great to see you in person again, Mr. Hendricks.
You as well.
I don't have any questions. This was an excellent report prepared by Agent Beeler and Sean Crowley, supervisor. Very thorough. The financials look great. I understand the reason that you're doing this with the digital holdco. So I'm in full support of the application as well.
Thank you very much. And you remind me of something I should have mentioned at the outset, that everyone we work with at the board staff has been incredibly helpful on this review, very quick to process this information. And as we discussed, unique subject matter, and Agent Beeler and Supervisor Crowley were very thoughtful and expedient in working through those questions with us. So we'll extend our appreciation to them.
Thank you. Mr. Giordano, as you noted, there are several applications on this item to make it happen. Is there anything else we need to know about the applications before we address the revised order?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think that they're adequately disclosed and described in the draft 13th revised order registration for draft number 2 dated July 9th, 2024. And believe that that order is satisfactory and appropriate in circumstances, and the terms and conditions are appropriate.
Very good. And thank you for putting that on the record. That was my next question. If you'd reviewed draft number 2 and didn't have any questions or corrections. And so you put that on the record and jumped ahead of me. Thank you very much. All right. If there's no other questions, Member Watkins, anything else you have before we call for a motion?
Nothing further from me, Chair.
All right, then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 2.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'd be glad to make that motion with respect to non-restricted agenda item number 2. I would move that we approve that and recommend it to the Gaming Commission, and as read into the record by Secretary Rupert, and also to include the 13th revised order of registration, draft number 2, dated July 9, 2024.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bringing us to non-restricted item number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Novomatic AG for an amendment to their order of registration.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman Hendrick, Member Dr. Watkins, Member Judge Assad, staff of Nevada Gaming Control Board, Madam Secretary. For the records, my name is Sabine Stoppel, Stoppel. I'm Head of Regulatory Affairs for the Novomatic Group. I'm also participating via Zoom, as usual, Dr. Michael Roecker, Novomatic's legal counsel, representing Novomatic AG in the ongoing investigations. Also present via Zoom is Philipp Holschwandner. He's Head of Operative Controlling, just in case the board has any specific financial questions. With your permission, I would like to give you a brief overview on today's agenda item number 3, the first amendment to Novomatic AG's order of registration dated November 16th, 2017. With this order of registration, Novomatic AG was registered as a PTC and was found suitable as beneficial owner and controlling beneficial owner of Ainsworth Game Technology. The two holding companies, Novo Invest GmbH and Novo Swiss AG, at the time Griffon Invest AG, are registered holding companies found suitable as shareholders of Novomatic AG and beneficial owner and controlling beneficial owners of Ainsworth. Johann Graf is found suitable as beneficial owner, controlling beneficial owner of Novomatic AG and Ainsworth Game Technology. Over the past 3 years, Johann Graf assigned a portion of 24.9% shareholding in Novo Invest to family members and long-standing managers. In July 2023, he contributed his remaining shareholding of 75.1% in Novo Invest to his private foundation, JFG Privatstiftung. This share contribution was approved during the June 2023 meetings. Since then, JFG Privatstiftung is registered as a holding company and is found suitable as a member of Novo Invest GmbH. Johann Graf is found suitable as a controlling person and beneficiary of JFG Privatstiftung and a beneficial and controlling beneficial owner of Novomatic AG in Ainsworth. Another new item will be that the status report requirement regarding the pending investigations in Austria will now be covered by the First Amendment to Order of Registration. These changes required the amendment to Novomatic AG's Order of Registration, and I respectfully request the approval for this amendment to Novomatic AG's order.
Thank you very much, and thank you for going through the items in the revised order. I think you did a very good job of explaining why we're here today and what we're doing. I would like to hear a little bit of an update regarding the Austrian investigations, if you or one of the gentlemen would like to do that for the record.
Yeah, maybe Dr. Reuke can give you a brief update.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Member Dr. Watkins, Member Judge Azad, Madam Secretary. It's an honor to participate in your meeting again. To give you an update on the Austrian criminal proceedings, basically the proceedings are unchanged in comparison to my last report a couple of weeks or 2 or 3 months ago. So that means all proceedings are still in the preliminary stage and they are run by the public prosecutor. It is not a court proceeding yet. And of course, so far we didn't have an indictment and we don't have any sentence or conviction. It's rather the opposite. In certain cases or pertaining to certain individuals, the proceeding has been closed in the meantime. So during the last weeks, another 4 or 5 individuals, the proceedings have been closed. That pertains to the proceeding in terms of the monetary gifts. And the other proceeding is quite standing still for the time being, because I think the prosecutor currently makes up his mind what parts of the proceeding he might close and what parts of the proceeding he might go on and proceed. So no substantial change in all of the proceedings that we had so far.
Thank you very much for putting that on the record. And it's my understanding that even though there hasn't been a condition on the license, the board, when we met last year, encouraged the monthly reports to continue. And you've been doing that without being required to, so I appreciate that. And now that this revised order will be done, we'll make it on a 90-day basis rather than a 30-day basis. I would ask, though, for the record, kind of like we did last time, if anything significant comes up before the 90 days, don't wait for the 90 days, and I'm sure you won't. If it's significant, go ahead and notify the board of any action that may have happened, and I'm sure you'll do that for us.
Yes, you can be assured that this will happen.
Very good, thank you. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions?
Just statements. Thank you for the update regarding the investigations. As it relates to the order, I'm in support of the amendment related to the June 2023 approvals from the commission and related to the name change. And as mentioned, the change requested by the board or to incorporate the continued reporting into the order of registration, I'm also in support of. I think it's appropriate to do 90 days given the state of the investigations. So I'm happy to support the application.
Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I echo those same comments. I think it makes much more sense to have a 90-day review rather than a 30-day review. And I was in Vienna several years ago, and I think it would make even more sense for the board to have to go to Vienna and get some
Yes.
in-depth analysis from the prosecutor's office and sample the great food and the culture and the house that Mozart built. So I just put that out there. for suggestion.
Good, well, I'll be on Zoom.
I'm happy to support your application.
All right, and just for the record, you have reviewed everything within the revised order registration, the draft we're working on.
Yes,
but No
correct.
questions and agree
No,
with everything
no.
in there.
All fine with us, yes. Thank
Very
you.
good. Thank you. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 3.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. With respect to non-restricted agenda item number 3, I move that we recommend to the Gaming Commission approval of that item as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert to include draft number 2 dated 7/9/24, the revised order of registration.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you for being here and thank you for the updates.
Thank you very much.
Bringing us to non-restricted item number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Golden Entertainment, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering.
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
Chairman, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso. I'm here on behalf of Golden Entertainment. With me today in Las Vegas via video is Phyllis Gilland, who you all know very well. Ms. Gilland is the Senior Vice President, General Counsel, Chief Compliance Officer, and Secretary for Golden Entertainment. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take a moment to recognize your staff, in particular Senior Agent Tina Logan, for the professionalism she showed and the great work she did on this matter. The matter before you, as you know, is the Golden's application for a continuous or delayed public offering, which was submitted pursuant to Regulation 16.115. For the record, Golden Entertainment meets all of the criteria required by Regulation 16.115. Which is that the criteria is it has to have a class of securities listed on either New York Stock Exchange, American Stock Exchange, or the NASDAQ, or it must have stockholders' equity in an amount of 10 million or more. And Golden has a class of equity securities listed on the NASDAQ system, and it also has stockholders' equity, which exceeds the requirement in Regulation 16.115. The other requirement is that it has to have filed all its reports required by Section 13 or 15D of the Federal Securities and Exchange Act, and it has done that. Golden has requested that the Commission grant approval for continuous or delayed public offering for 3 years. It does not have any plans at this time to use the shelf offering. And the last item is the order. We've reviewed draft number 1 of the order dated 5/15/24 and believe it's satisfactory. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I just do want to address one issue that I believe you brought up, and that's the delay in the submission of the application that is before us today. It was an oversight on Golden's part. There were, as you all know, numerous transactions they were involved in at the end of last year and the beginning of this year in the transition, and that's not an excuse. That's just what was happening at the time. We recognize that we created a fire drill and caused your staff an undue burden and additional time to get this done for this agenda, and we apologize for that.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso. You addressed every question I had. It seems like you were here earlier as we went through this. So you've gone through the 16.115 analysis. You've addressed the draft. You've addressed the timing, the fact that staff did this on an expedited basis. And so I have no questions for you. Thank you very much. Dr. Watkins, did you have any questions for Mr. Alonso or Ms. Gillen?
Just statements. Good to see you again, Ms. Gillen. It appears to me that all the regulatory requirements have been met. So I'm happy to support the application with regard to the timing issue. Understandable that there was so much going on last year in relationship to the company. So thank you.
Well, I would agree with what Mr. Alonso said. This is my fault and I falling on my sword, but we appreciate it. And thank you, Tina Logan and the whole staff, because we don't ask for it a lot. We appreciate it.
Yes, definitely shout out to Tina Logan, one of our senior agents.
Yes.
She does great work very quickly.
We've become good friends in exchange of information.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else, Dr. Watkins?
Nothing further from me, Chair.
All right, Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Very good report by, under the supervision of Chief Hoffman and Deputy Chief Teggio, and excellent work by Tina Logan as well. So it's all straightforward. You've addressed every element of the 16.115 regulation. So I have no questions, and nice to see you in person again.
Good to see you too.
Very good. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 4.
Yes, I'd be happy to make that motion. Thank you, Chairman. With respect to non-restricted agenda item number 4, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert, I would move that we recommend approval and to include draft number 1 dated 5/15/24 of the order.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, and motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gillen.
Thank you.
Bringing us to non-restricted item number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Play AGS Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering.
Good morning, Mr. Shear.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, Secretary Rupert. For the record, Scott Shearer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing today on behalf of the applicant Play AGS. This is another request for a shelf approval, and I would just like to say ditto to everything Mr. Alonso said. but I think you probably want me to go into the details. So,
if you don't mind, go ahead through the 16.115 analysis, and then just tell us if you've reviewed the order and agree with everything.
Certainly. So, Play AGS is traded on the New York Stock Exchange. They filed their most recent 10Q on May 9th, and as of March 31, 2024, they do exceed the $10 million threshold, and they have filed all of the required reports as required by the regulation. So they do meet all of the criteria in the regulation. We have reviewed draft number 1 of the order dated 6/4/24, and we have no questions or concerns with regard to that order. We're fine with it. Also in the audience with me is Brandon Griffith, compliance officer. If you have any questions for him, and we'd like to thank Victoria Park for her excellent work on this application, her courtesy and efficiency, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Shear, for putting that on the record. And it's my understanding that this application, again, is for flexibility for the company and that there's no current plans. Is that correct?
That's correct. As you know, there's been an announced transaction, but that transaction is going to take some time. I think the estimated timeline is the second half of next year before all the regulatory approvals are obtained. So gives them flexibility in the meantime, or if should anything happen.
Thank you. Dr. Watkins, did you have any questions on this item?
No questions, just a statement in that it appears that all the regulatory requirements have been met. So I'm happy to support the application, and that's all for me.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hedrick. I'd just like to thank Deputy Chief Teggio for doing another great job on the orders. He's been very busy this month with all these orders. So kudos to you, Russell. And like to acknowledge also Victoria Park and Chief Hoffman and Sean Crowley for overseeing this application. It's very straightforward. All the requirements of 16.115 are met. So I'm happy to support it as well.
Thank you.
And Mr. Shear, you touched on the potential transaction. Is there any public update you'd like to provide? Understanding that you're outside counsel, is there anything public you're aware of?
Not at this point, no, Mr. Chairman. As I said, it's that we're anticipating the second half of 25. So regulatory approvals are grinding away, and there's a number of different jurisdictions. As you know, with Play AGS as a manufacturer, they are in many jurisdictions. So there's a lot of work to be done on those approvals.
Good. Thank you for that update. I didn't have anything else, so I would entertain a motion on this item.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'll be happy to make that motion with respect to non-restricted agenda item number 5, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert. I would move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of that agenda item to include the order draft number 1 dated 6/4/24.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications by GNNV Holdings LLC and Golden Landries LLC to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda.
Morning.
Hi, good morning, Chairperson Hendrick, Judge Abbott, Dr. Watkins, and Madam Executive Secretary, Ms.
And
Sonia
good
Church.
morning.
Yep, okay.
Good morning, Ms. Vermace.
Good morning. Sonia Vermace from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Barber Schreck. And Mr. Sides has already made his introduction.
Thank you.
If I can proceed, I'll go ahead and proceed. And sorry, I got caught in a conversation in the hallway.
Please, go
This
ahead.
is an application for a pledge approval. If you may recall, in August of 2023, the commission approved the transfer of interest for Neva One LLC doing business as Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, which is now known as Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe Hotel and Casino. Golden Landry's LLC and GNNV Holdings LLC acquired the equity with cash. The buyers had always intended to finance that transaction. So in December of 2023, Neva One Propco LLC, the owner of the land, as borrower, entered into a term loan agreement with Deutsche Bank as lender. The loan was used to pay back the parent companies, Fertitta Entertainment LLC and Fertitta Entertainment Inc., that initially loaned GNNV Holdings and Golden Landry's the funds to complete the transaction. The loan is guaranteed by various parties, including Neva One, Golden Landry's, and GNNV Holdings. The loan is also secured by standard collateral, including a deed of trust and a leasehold deed of trust on the real property, and a pledge by each of Golden Landry's and GNNV Holdings of their membership interests in Neva One. Pursuant to NRS 463-5733 subsection 1, the pledge of any interest in a limited liability company which holds a state gaming license is void unless approved in advance by the commission. The applicants are requesting commission approval to make these equity pledges effective. With that, we just also want to thank the investigative work of Senior Agent Ashlyn Burke. She's always courteous, thorough, and professional. I'm sure she prepares a wonderful report for you to read and makes my job a lot easier.
Thank you, Ms. Vermace. And yes, I recall this being on our agenda last year and expecting this application to come forward now for this request. So thank you for explaining the business reasons behind it. I'm interested, Mr. Sides, if you could tell us how is the Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe doing?
We're doing well. As I'm sure you know, we're have big plans for the property with significant capital investment. We currently have one restaurant that's under construction. It'll be a Saltgrass Steakhouse that we anticipate opening in September. We also have one of our 2 hotel towers that's out of order, and construction is about to begin on that. And we expect to have our first floor back in October in that tower. And then you'll see subsequent phases of other construction. And, you know, we're going to touch basically every square foot of the property.
Good. How long do you think all of the renovation will take? Any idea?
You know, we hope to have things done, wrapped up by the end of 2025, if not early 2026.
Good. And how's business in general in the gaming community in Lake Tahoe?
You know, the shoulder seasons this spring and fall, this past fall, were really slow, but we've seen the last few weeks a really nice surge of business and a lot of bodies up there. So that's good to see.
Good. Glad to hear it. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions for Ms. Vermace or Mr. Sides?
No questions, just a statement. And thank you for Ms. Vermace for explaining the reason you're seeking the equity pledges. That's helpful to put on the record. I don't have questions or concerns, and I'm happy to support the application. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you. Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. Also, I'd like to shout out to Senior Agent Ashlyn Burke and Supervisor Eric Kaufman, as well as Deputy Chief Luke Rippey for preparing a very good report. Also, you mentioned the Saltgrass Steakhouse up there.
Yes.
When do you anticipate that being completed?
We anticipate opening in September.
September. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to Lieutenant Governor Krolicki dining there and giving us a full report. He's your neighbor, as you know. So he's a foodie like I am. So we'll be dining there eventually, I'm sure. So I look forward to seeing you up there. The application is very straightforward. Basically, Mr. Tillman Fertitta is getting paid back for his initial investment in the project. So it's pretty simple. There's a lot of legal jargon here, but essentially that's pretty much what's happening, correct?
That's correct.
Great. I'm happy to support the application.
Ms. Vermees, anything else you'd like to add?
I don't. Thank you.
All right, then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 6.
Thank you, Chairman Hedrick. With respect to non-restricted agenda item number 6, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert, I would recommend that we give approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission for that agenda item as read into the record.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Bringing us to non-restricted item number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Joseph Linscott for licensure as a key employee at Alamo Gaming Holdings, LLC.
Good morning, Mr. Reeser.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick. Member, I can't see her, but Member Watkins and Member Assad, Madam Secretary and staff of the board. I'm Dan Reeser with the law firm of Fenimore, and I'm appearing with Joseph James Linscott on his application for key employee suitability and licensing with Alamo Gaming Holdings, LLC. I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Linscott, who's with me at the podium and who currently serves as the company's Director of Operations, and subject to favorable action by the board and the commission, will be named General Manager of that company. Also present on the application here for the application hearing is Robert A. Cashel Jr., President of Robert Parker, Inc., and manager and member of the company, and my colleague from Fenimore, Taylor Gould. We appreciate the professionalism and diligence of Chief Hoffman and his staff processing the application, and we want to specifically thank Chief Rippey, Deputy Chief Rippey, Supervisor Kaufman, and Agent Lopez. With your leave, Chair, we do have a brief affirmative presentation.
Please.
Before the board and the commission is Mr. Linscott's individual application, which we filed on September 8th of 2023. Mr. Linscott is requesting your recommendation and the commission's approval of a key employee license with the company. His application is for the position of general manager, and it was proactively filed by us pursuant to NRS 463-5735 and NGC Regulation 15B-160, following, as you will all recall, the acquisition by Robert Parker of the company from TA Operating Nevada LLC effective May 17, 2023. We again express our appreciation for the speed and assistance we got from the board and the commission in that transaction. Mr. Linscott was born and raised in Reno, Nevada. Jim and Julie, his father and mother, who are now retired, owned and operated various businesses and real estate management interests in Washoe County. Among those businesses, for those of us who go back that far, were the shop and go convenience stores at which they held restricted licenses. Mr. Linscott is a 2004 Galena High School graduate, and in 2009, he received his Bachelor's of Business Administration from the University of Nevada, Reno. While in college, he worked part-time as a graphic designer for Morgan Marketing. In 2012, Mr. Linscott and his brother Jeff started JL Brothers LLC, which is a residential real estate investment company. And since 2018, Mr. Linscott has held in good standing his real estate sales license and a property management license issued by the Nevada Department of Real Estate. Like many children of small business owners, Mr. Linscott grew up in the convenience store business, beginning as a stock clerk at the age of 12. He also relayed to me that he learned how to make pizza and roll coin and various other tasks that were assigned by mom and dad when he was young. He ended his affiliation with the Shop and Go brand after serving for 7 years as its general manager. It had 2 locations. He completed his work after the South Virginia location had been sold, and he was managing the Moana location. In 2022, Mr. Cashel and Mr. Hinckley acquired the Moana location through Longley Partners LLC, a transaction that you did review. They retained Mr. Linscott to help transition the operation of that new ownership. Through that transition, Mr. Cashel had the opportunity to witness Mr. Linscott's business and especially human resources talents, and selected him to follow Lowell Chichester in managing the company's gaming portfolio. Mr. Linscott was appointed in May of 2023 as the Assistant Director of Operations, and he worked with Mr. Chichester until Mr. Chichester's retirement in December of 2023. That provided Mr. Linscott a 6-month period to gather institutional knowledge from Mr. Chichester, who had been for many years both with the Cashel organization and then with the TA organization, and to become acquainted with the individual on-site managers at the 5 locations here. As the board is aware, many of the team members at these properties were employees of North Point Sierra Inc. when Mr. Cashel owned those locations, and this provides significant operational continuity that Mr. Linscott appreciates and gets the benefit of. Upon Mr. Chichester's retirement, Mr. Linscott was appointed the Director of Operations and was informed that he would become General Manager if successfully licensed. In that role, he's had the support and the resources of the entire management team of Cashel Enterprises, including Mr. Cashel, Mr. Shirley, the Finance Department, Legal and Regulatory, Compliance, and Company-wide Director of Slot Operations. Mr. Linscott can elaborate, but he has pursued an aggressive training program, studying operational reports, internal controls, regulatory requirements, and conducting routine visitation of the 5 locations. The offices in the largest of the non-restricted locations is Alamo Sparks, where he has daily interaction in the business. He has supplemented his practical engagement with the completion of the gaming management program at UNR, which he will successfully finish this month. Mr. Linscott's going to take a few minutes to share his observations on the current status of the company's operation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Reeser. Good morning, Mr. Linscott.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Joseph Linscott. I'd like to take a brief moment to share a bit about our organization and my experience at Alamo Casinos in the last year. But first, I would like to express some gratitude for being able to stand before you today. I've always admired those in my network who have held a gaming license and have long aspired to be here myself. I owe a deep thanks to Mr. Cashel for putting his trust in me when selecting me for this position, and will strive to uphold the duties of this role. As I'm sure you'll remember, Alamo Gaming Holdings acquired the membership interest in TA Operating Nevada LLC, which operated 4 non-restricted locations and 1 restricted location, each inside a TA or Petro Travel Center. We leased the space to operate only the casino entity at each site. Over the past year, as Mr. Reeser said, I mentored under former licensee Lowell Chichester, who has many years in the industry. Lowell's very valuable mentorship has helped me prepare to gather information and calculate gaming filings such as NGC 1s, NGC 31s, regulatory filings, SAR reporting, Title 31 compliance, etc. His guidance was very focused, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to learn from such an esteemed individual. I've had the opportunity to work with, learn from, and continue to call upon the general managers at our other Cashel casino properties, which are a great network of experience and expertise for me to call on. I also wanted to share a little bit about the structure of our organization. I report to Mr. Brett Shirley, Chief Operating Officer of the Cashel entities, and Mr. Rob Cashel, President and CEO. I meet with them at minimum weekly to discuss all things Alamo, from employee interactions to financials to regulatory compliance, etc. Both Mr. Shirley and Mr. Cashel have proven to be available to me for advice and counsel anytime they're needed. Our site managers at each location report to me. At our Sparks location, we have team leaders Brett Fisher, Chelsea Ratty, and James Breimeyer, all of which have been with the company for 10 plus years and worked for Mr. Cashel when he previously owned the locations prior to selling to Travel Centers of America. Sparks has a total staff of 44 team members, most of whom have been working with Alamo Casino for 10 plus years as well. At Mill City, our casino manager is Barbara Rourke, who's been with various Cashel organizations over the last 24 years. And same with her assistant manager, Ed Urschel, who has been with the company for 24 years as well. Mill City has a total staff of 5 team members. In Wells, our casino manager is Preston Harding, who's been with the company and been at that location since 2008 and has a staff of 12 team members. In Las Vegas, we recently had some management turnover. Our longstanding manager, Willis King, moved out of state. We recently promoted Allison Welsh, who was the assistant manager, to the casino manager at this location. She's been with the company for 3 years, but has been in the industry most of her adult life. We have 11 team members at this location, and some of which were hired by Mr. Cashel as well. And last but not least is our North Las Vegas location. This site is a restricted license with 15 machines. Our location manager is Angelica Perez Ceballos. She's been with the company since 2010, and this location has 7 team members. I wanted to mention the longevity of the management and the staff at these locations because I think it's a great representation of the culture that was started by Mr. Cashel and the strength of that culture that's continued through to present day. I also think that longevity is a valid display of the experience represented in the teammates that I work with on a daily basis. Our properties have been doing well, and we've been meeting our budgeted forecast for what we based on pre-pandemic revenue numbers before the takeover. I would also like to mention that now that we're separated entities, I've been working closely with the travel centers management and building upon that relationship to create a seamless customer experience across the properties. I live in Reno and have an office at our Sparks location, which is our largest location. But personally, I make an effort to visit each site on a monthly basis. It's been a goal of mine since I started this role. I'm a firm believer that having a personal presence in order to fully understand and give the support that's needed is important. Each time I visit, I'm usually on site for multiple days at a time. If there are projects we're working on, or if it's something that needs our attention, I'm likely to be there more than once a month. The management team and I have several scheduled weekly meetings via Teams, and I'm also in contact with the managers by phone and email on a daily basis. In addition to my visits to each of the sites, we have several corporate members who visit as well, including Mr. Cashel and Mr. Shirley, as well as our corporate slot director, Michael Brocklesby, and our corporate IT director, James Boyd. But at this time, I'll return the floor to Mr. Reeser and would be happy to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have nothing further affirmatively, but we entertain any questions the board members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Reeser. Excellent introduction from Mr. Linscott. And Mr. Linscott, thank you for your update on the business and the organizational structure and everybody you have in place. I read through all the materials here, and your background, education, and your experience with gaming make me very comfortable in supporting your application today. And you answered the questions I had, which is kind of your responsibilities, your duties, how much time you're at each location, oversight that you provide. And so, as I said, I'm very happy to support your application. Thank you. Dr. Watkins, do you have questions or comments?
Yes, I do. Mr. Linscott, thank you for being here today. Can you address the distance between the locations and how you'll allocate your time on a weekly basis? I understand you mentioned visiting each property at least once on a monthly basis. Do you have any more specifics as it relates to either property visitation or contacts on a weekly basis?
Yes, the distance between our properties is quite large. We've got our Las Vegas and Wells, Nevada is 5 hours away from Reno. And the only way to get there is driving. So I do make that trip quite frequently. I do have family in that area as well. So it gives an additional excuse for me to get out in that direction. On a weekly basis, we have several meetings, teams, staff, and promotional meetings and operational meetings with our staff via Teams. And the site managers are calling me regularly, emailing me regularly if they have any questions about any operation related stuff.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm happy to support your application. You definitely have the background and I have no issues, no concerns. And assuming your application is approved here today, congratulations.
Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'd like to thank Mr. Kishel for saving this deal back last year, I guess it was, where time was running out, and thanks to his efforts and the expedited procedures implemented by Chief Hoffman and his team, we saved a lot of Nevadans' jobs. And in fact, I think it was hundreds of Nevada jobs were saved by this expedited transaction. So thank you. And I think Mr. Kishel has made an excellent choice, and you as the general manager to be. Your resume is very good, excellent qualifications. I think you'll do an excellent, outstanding job. I'm happy to support the application. Shout out to Deputy Chief Luke Rippey, Supervisor Eric Kaufman, and Agent Carlos Lopez for preparing us with a very fine report. Congratulations.
Mr. Kishel, if you don't mind, please step up and tell us a little bit. As the judge mentioned, it's been a little bit over a year since this acquisition happened. How's it going for you and all the employees and the jobs you were able to save?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, Madam Secretary, Robert Kishel Jr. for the record. It's hard to believe it's been a year. But I think, Mr. Chairman, I'd sent you a letter shortly, maybe within 60 days or so of when we took over the operation. And in that letter, I conveyed to you, it's one thing to talk esoterically about the impacts of these jobs that were there. But having the team members come up to me, and one in particular that just stands out, she was scared to death because of the rumors. She knew the operations may close, and she was in the process of buying a home. And the first question she asked me was, should I, I'm scared to death to proceed with this, should I buy this home? And I assured her that she should buy that home. And she's our site manager at the North Las Vegas operation, Angela. So it just stood out to me as an example of what we all came together and did. And it's a testament to what we can still do in the state of Nevada as gaming operators and regulators when we come together to do that. The business has continued to operate pretty much how we projected. I think the projections that we submitted to the regulators reflected a budget that was based on pre-pandemic numbers. As I looked at their numbers historically, you could see the peak post-pandemic, and I just knew from my experience that wasn't sustainable reality. And we have pretty much trended with their historic pre-pandemic numbers, and that's how we continue to operate today. But the team members as they existed when we took over still pretty much exist today, with the exception of the one management change in Las Vegas. So I think from my perspective, everything proceeded exactly how we planned, and the transition was really seamless. Our relationship with BP, who acquired TA, I'm actually going to Chicago next week to have lunch with one of the BP executives. We're all on my side, on the Kishel side, making an effort to make sure that relationship as us as a tenant and BP/TA as the landlord is seamless, so that the experience that we're creating for the customer and the guest experience when they come there, they see one operator. I mean, if there's an issue in the facility, it's my problem as well as it is BP's. So, hopefully the guest experience is pretty seamless. So our relationship with them is really good.
It's great. Thank you for the update, and thank you for the letter that you sent. Sometimes as regulators, we get bogged down a little bit in paperwork, and we don't get to see the human nature side. So I was very happy to hear.
I wanted to share with you, because I know, Chief Hoffman and Deputy Chief Rippey and all of their staff. I look back and I received several phone calls after those approvals from people in Illinois, people in Vegas about, what had been done, and it was a monumental effort that took place. And I just, the photo was flying, and I just wanted to share with you and the members of the board and members of the commission what we had all accomplished.
Yeah, great to hear. It's what we do here touches a lot of lives, and you're closer to the front line to that, and it's really great to hear.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, I just wanted to roughly ballpark, how many jobs would you estimate were saved?
Estimate about 110.
Great. Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about. It's nice, shows what people can do when you put differences aside and put your mind to work. And thanks to Chief Hoffman, he's the one that really drove this to the conclusion and put it on the calendar and got our attention on it. And again, that lady that you mentioned in North Las Vegas was able to buy a home, and 110 people have jobs. And these are rural areas, so jobs are scarce to begin with out there. So on behalf of the state of Nevada and myself personally, I want to thank you for that.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Cashel. Mr. Reeser, anything else you'd like to add?
Members of the board, we submit that Mr. Lynn Scott has satisfied the requirements of NRS 463-170 for licensing as a key employee, and we request therefore your unanimous recommendation to the commission granting the applications.
Thank you very much. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 7.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'll be happy to make that recommendation. I would move that we recommend for approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission, non-restricted agenda item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all for being here. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
That brings us to non-restricted item number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Gary Baldwin for licensure as a key employee at Atrium Gaming LLC, doing business as Diamonds Casino.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, members of Watkins and Assad, Madam Secretary, staff of the board. I'm Dan Reeser with the law firm of Fenimore, appearing with Gary George Baldwin on his application for key employee suitability and licensing with Atrium Gaming LLC. I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Baldwin, who's with me at the podium and serves as the company's casino general manager. Also present on the application with me is my colleague from Fenimore, Taylor Gould. We appreciate the professionalism and diligence of Chief Hoffman and his staff as usual in processing this application. We want to specifically thank investigative team of Deputy Chief Rippey, Supervisor Moyle, and Agent Stewart. And with the chair's leave, we do have an affirmative presentation.
Please.
Thank you. Before the board and the commission is Mr. Baldwin's individual application filed on October 30th of 2023. Mr. Baldwin is requesting key employee licensing with the company. His application as general manager was proactively submitted by us pursuant to the key employee condition on the company's license. Mr. Baldwin was born and raised in Decatur, Illinois, and following his graduation from St. Teresa High School, he attended St. Thomas University in Florida, where in 1972 he earned his associate degree in business administration. Heeding Horace Greeley's urging, he came west and he relocated to Las Vegas, Nevada, where he was employed as a trust officer with First National Bank after being awarded his associate degree. He also then attended the University of Nevada at Las Vegas, where he received his Bachelor of Science in Accounting in 1976. Following graduation, Mr. Baldwin joined the Investigations Division of the Nevada State Gaming Control Board, and that was its name at the time, where he served until 1979. That year, Mr. Baldwin began his career in the gaming industry, and during the next 30 years, he performed several different executive management roles. Those included assistant general manager, chief operating officer, vice president of operations, and corporate treasurer. And those positions were held in connection with a dozen different commercial gaming operations, namely the Landmark Hotel Casino, Nevada Palace, Imperial Palace, and Las Vegas Gaming Inc. in Las Vegas, Stations Casinos St. Charles Riverfront in Missouri, the Vision Gaming and Old Chicago Casino operations in Colorado, and as operations consultant to the 5 tribal operations in the Kennewadah casinos in Michigan. After completing his consulting role with those casinos in 2009, the casinos in Michigan, he stepped back from full-time gaming company management, took a little time for himself, engaged in a bunch of volunteer work, and also collaborated with other colleagues in a number of entrepreneurial endeavors, such as X Venture Entertainment, which developed the zipline project that is now branded as Fly Link, the Freedom Walk experience in Boulder City, dedicated to American veterans, and Gravity Free, which is a company that pursues building action entertainment complexes. Beginning in 2018, Mr. Baldwin joined Resource Global Professionals, a global business consulting firm. His association with RGP intersected with Atrium in June 21 of 2023, when Mr. Leon engaged Mr. Baldwin for the purposes of evaluating operations and performance of the casino at Diamonds and to provide recommendations to the interim management team and Mr. Leon. The context of the engagement was the resignation of Jack Fisher for personal reasons effective May 7, 2023. Upon his departure, Mr. Fisher's departure, Mr. Leon designated as interim on-site management team, Mr. Baker, then the controller, Mr. Eastman, the security manager, and Ms. Castle, the manager of marketing and player development. Mr. Baldwin's consulting work through the summer of 2023 resulted in Mr. Leon's decision in mid-August of last year to appoint Mr. Baldwin as the general manager of the casino effective September 1st of last year. Mr. Baldwin would like to take a few moments with you and share his observations on the current status of the company's operations. And after that, we'll be available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I wanted to digress just for a few minutes, Mr. Chairman and board members. I'm very proud and humble to be here today. Some 40 years ago, I apologize. Some 40 years ago, I received my first gaming license at the Landmark Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. It's been an honor and a privilege to be part of the gaming industry all these years. I've always been proud of the fact that I was a senior financial investigative agent with the board for many years. I recognize the fact that being licensed by the state of Nevada is both a privilege and an honor and carries with us the responsibility of honesty and integrity in many walks of your life. I hope in the near future that I can say this is my fourth gaming license over a 40-year period. I apologize again, I'm sorry.
No, take your time.
There's a lot of emotion here.
Take your time.
Over all these years, the experiences that I've had have been marvelous. One little anecdote, when they type my name in under the archives, I preceded the archives by 10 years. So it's like a lot of history here. Very, very proud of the board, what the industry has done over the years. And I'm once again, it's a privilege to be here. Thank you.
I'll add, first time in my career, unable to retrieve a former gaming application.
Yeah, that's great. Well, quite a history you have. Which office of the Gaming Control Board did you work out of?
The investigations.
Yeah,
Las
which location?
In Las Vegas.
In Vegas.
Yes.
Was that on Maryland Parkway?
Yes.
Yeah, very good.
We go back to the Pete Echeverria and Phil Hannafin days.
Yeah.
We were in that throes of pushing the bad guys out and the good guys coming in. We went from the mom and pop operations to Wall Street with the Steve Wynn efforts and things of that nature. So that period of time in the late 80s was, historically unbelievable. Very, very exciting. Met my share of characters and enjoyed every day of my work for sure.
I'm sure you
Thank
did.
you, Mr. Chairman.
That's great. Well, thank you for your time with the board. Tell us a little bit about your responsibilities at this location and how many hours a week you spend
We're a small property. We have no live gaming. We have 225 slot machines. We're kind of a local kind of casino. We're like a neighborhood casino. We're expanding that market. We do a great deal of business in the Hispanic American market in that particular area. We're kind of a blue collar operation. Financially, we do very, very well. This past year, we'll spend for a small operation, we'll spend over like $325,000 on capital improvements. We've installed 2 new bars. We have a blue collar diner, and we intend to do some other expansion and property improvements. So I'm really happy to be there. I love what I do. I love the team. I love the employees that we have. We do really a great job with the employees. We're almost, I'm not saying a second chance kind of a piece of property, but we give everybody a fair shake when they come in and with their applications, et cetera, et cetera. So I feel like I've had a bit of a talent of building some great management teams over the years. And that's not going to stop now. So we're continuing to build a great management team at Diamonds.
That's great. And how much of a commitment per day or per week does it take you?
You know, we're like, my phone is on like 24/7 type situation. So I average about 50 hours of actually being on the property. It's a small property. You've got to be there and then kind of reassure the department heads are doing the right things in the right way. And so I'm very happy to kind of bestow after all these years of sharing that knowledge that I have with my fellow team there and department heads.
That's great. Well, certainly with your licensing history all the way back to the landmark, you've got quite a bit of experience to share with them.
A lot.
Great. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Baldwin?
Yes. Given, Mr. Baldwin's lengthy licensing history and commitment to the industry, and he's been licensed both here and Colorado, it looks like I don't have a problem supporting the application, but I just wanted to ask out of curiosity about his work with X Venture Entertainment and about his volunteer work.
With the X Venture, that was a joint venture that we did with Caesars Entertainment. I had been doing some other things, and I had actually done consulting work with the gentleman, Ian Green, who was the developer of the zip line in downtown with the experience, and had kind of worked with him off and on. And then one day he said, well, take a look at how well we do. And the numbers were staggering about the number of the cash flow that was being generated out of the zip line in the downtown and the Fremont. That being said, I thought, geez, let's do a zip line on the Strip. They thought it was like off my rocker, so to speak. I can't tell you the number of times we were turned down. And then what happened is Robert Morse, who is the president of Caesars Entertainment, called me one day and he said, that crazy idea you had about doing a zip line on the Strip. He said, come and see me. We love the idea and we want to do that project. So through that situation, then we did a joint venture with the zip line, which goes down that, it's like the promenade, which goes to the high roller wheel, if you're familiar with that operation. That property has been doing very well and very successful. As far as the charitable situation is concerned, I was a co-founder of the Vegas Shepherd Rescue for 11 years. Love rescuing animals. And so that's kind of like my #1 charity. Love doing that. And it's once again, another emotional opportunity for me to take care of those pups.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Baldwin, for your work in the industry and with the board, and for your presentation and being here today. Again, like I stated, happy to support your application.
Thank you, ma'am.
Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Want to thank you for your service on the Gaming Control Board. Great thing to have on your resume. So
absolutely
really appreciate that. Appreciate your service with the gaming industry. You're a pioneer, a pillar, one of the folks that really helped make this state great. And can't thank you enough for that.
Thank you.
Funny you should mention Pete Echeverria and Hannafin. I was a dealer in the late 70s, blackjack and craps. I couldn't wait to get home and watch the 6 o'clock news to see what organized crime figure was going to be expelled from the industry. I can remember they were trying to get the Rosenthal out
Yes.
and Ayupa family and Ellen Glick out of the Stardust.
Yes.
And it brings back a lot of fond memories. So
I
I didn't
yeah,
know
I
you were part of
encountered-
that, but
yeah.
that's interesting that
Yeah,
you were.
We encountered most of those individuals. It was really amazing when you would see Claiborne and then Oscar Goodman and their performances and representing those characters. That was like, it was showtime.
Yeah.
The board meetings were really very, very interesting. I can tell you that. And like the enforcement agents would line the walls, and I'm sure they were all packing heat at that time. So it was pretty exciting time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, that's great. It brings back a lot of great memories, and that's part of Nevada and Las Vegas history. So I appreciate your. I didn't know that Shepherd Rescue. I'm a dog lover, and that's great.
Oh, thank you.
Is it with police dogs? Is that a retired?
Yeah, we do shepherds, but if we have an empty kennel, we take a dachshund, we take a Chihuahua, we take a beagle, whatever, just as long as we're
Nice.
saving the pups and rehoming them, to make their lives happier and better. And
Excellent.
So
Well-
exciting.
Good to hear. You are eminently qualified, obviously, so I'm more than thrilled to support this application.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And I as well, based on your background, your extensive experience in the gaming industry, also very happy to support your application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Reeser, anything else you'd like to add?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we submit that Mr. Baldwin satisfies the requirements of 463-170 for a key employee license, and we ask for your unanimous recommendation of approval to the commission.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion then on this item.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. With respect to non-restricted agenda item number 8, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert, I would move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you. Bring us to non-restricted item number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of Crystal Chase for licensure as a key employee at Eclipse Route Operations LLC, doing business as ECL Gaming, doing business at Irene's Casino.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the
Good
board,
morning.
Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato, enrolled agent. With me today is Miss Crystal Chase. She is before you seeking approval of her application to be the key employee general manager of Irene's Casino in Pahrump. And with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to give her an opportunity to provide some information about herself.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Chase.
Morning.
Yeah, put that
Morning.
microphone real close to you so they can pick it up on
Is that
the
better?
recording.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Chair Hendrick, Madam Secretary. My name is Crystal Chase. I am a mother of 5, grandmother to 10. I was born in Corona, California, but I moved to Las Vegas as an infant, and I have care my entire life, with the exception of about 10 months in Layton, Utah. I have attended many schools in Las Vegas through my career. High schools I attended were Basic High School, Rancho, the original Las Vegas High School, and Sunset Adult High School. I did not graduate at that time. I became a mother at 17, and I stayed home to raise my children until about 2003. I decided that I wanted to go back to school, so I went to CSN and I completed the Ability to Benefit exam, which is a GED equivalent. So it gave me 1 year to achieve my GED, but then I could begin classes for the nursing program. I completed 1 semester and I had started my second, and then my ex-husband and I separated. So then I had to go to work full time, and under the load of full time and 4 children, I had to quit school and focus on that. So I then went back again in, I believe, 2011, and I got my GED, and I began the Associates for Casino Management. Then
I was working at the hacienda and they announced their sale and I was uncertain about my future. So I put my focus back into my work. After that, in 21, I went back to school again with WGU for business administration with a focus in accounting. I have not earned any degrees, and my college education kind of ran concurrent with my career. So initially, I started working in the gaming industry in 2004 at Club Fortune Casino as a window cashier. It was my first job, really, and I really enjoyed it. I loved it. It was a short tenure, and then I went to the hacienda, and I took a job as a main bank cashier. At the hacienda, I learned all the aspects of the cage. I participated in drop. I learned about compliance. That's during the time when we went from everything turned over to Title 31 from Reg 6A. I became a lead during that time, then to supervisor, and finally to director of cage operations. After the sale of the hacienda, I was hired on by NRSI, and I was with them approximately 4 months. I was under Pam Benson as a staff accountant, but what I was really doing was I was at the hacienda helping them transition it over to Hoover Dam Lodge. And so I was in charge of the non-gaming vault at that time, writing procedures for the new systems for the restaurant, the POS systems, and the front desk and things of that nature. I moved to Pahrump in June. I think I missed something here, NRSI. Okay, from NRSI, I was approached to become a cage manager in Gold Strike or at the Gold Strike in Gene. I did take that position. I was there for about 2 years. Then I moved to Pahrump, and shortly after, then I left the Gold Strike. I did some consulting for Tokyo Casino and Running Creek Casino up in Sacramento, California. In January of 2017, I started with Irene's. I started part-time as an office clerk, and they slowly just kind of started giving me more responsibilities. I certainly was very interested. I enjoyed my job there and the team that I was working with. I started doing drops. I started learning restaurant and bar, and learning about the liquor, the menus, the POS system, and of course, the compliance that's in place, making sure that paperwork and everything was. I took on the ordering of inventory for the departments. I began managing staff and meeting with vendors. I've always been a part of greeting guests, even in the cage. I have always enjoyed both sides, being up front and being back of house. I am in charge of day-to-day operations, making sure that things are running smoothly. Of course, Irene sold to ECL in December of 23, and I joined their team as manager of Irene's Casino. I spend 40 to 50 hours a week. I take on shifts as a bartender sometimes when I need to. I still do the scheduling for the employees, meet with vendors. We are now under construction and expanding. It's pretty exciting.
Great, thank you. Mr. Donato?
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman, but we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you, Ms. Chase. You went through several of the questions I had regarding your responsibilities and how the company functions, and of course, your hours of operation that you're actually at the property. I understanding there's some renovation going on right now. How's that coming along?
Very quickly. They've been moving along very, very well. And before I know it, they're actually going to be on the inside of the building, even starting to put up walls. I believe a temporary wall goes up next week, and we're going to start with the attachment, the additional building. So making it one. They've been doing all the underground work right now.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm comfortable with your experience, and as you went through all the things that you've learned, your education to me is impressive, that you keep wanting to go back to better yourself and to learn more. So happy to hear that. I'll tell you though that I'm a little bit concerned about your finances and your cushion of your finances that you provide yourself. Can you tell me, in a public setting, what you do to be sure that you're able to meet your obligations and pay all your bills on a timely basis?
I have to say that the application process was an extreme eye-opener. But it gave me a goal that I've been working diligently on. I stopped the spending, I stopped using the cards, and I have made it my focus to control what I do. And I've made great strides in paying my debt down. And that is my goal. I have one of my vehicles under $2,000 now. And once I pay that off, I want to take that payment and start applying it to one of my higher limit credit cards. I've paid my other vehicle down by several $1,000s. The credit card charges, again, I'm not using my cards except with the exception of I had an emergency where there was a death in the family. Other than that, all I do is make payments on them, and I'm paying more than my minimum so that I can get those taken care of. My goal is to have them paid off hopefully within the next 2 to 3 years.
And do you feel that you have enough money available for, like you said, emergencies, things that comes along, a little bit of a reserve cushion?
My reserve cushion builds as that debt dwindles. So the less payment I have to make, more that I can start putting away.
Okay, well, thank you for that, and glad to see that the application process brought that to your attention. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions?
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for being here today. You mentioned that you went back and got your GED after quite some time. How long was it?
Cool. I got my GED in 2011. I should have graduated in 89.
Wow.
So quite some time.
Well,
I was 41.
Congratulations on having the fortitude to go back and to do that. And you mentioned that you've started and stopped a number of times, but just like the chair said, I agree. I think the important thing is that you keep starting and you keep trying. So that's good to hear with regard to your educational background. With regard to your finances, I'm glad to hear that the application process helped bring to light, some of the goals you needed to set for yourself. When exactly did you apply?
When was the application? I believe November or December.
It was November of 2023.
Okay. And so you've just, over the last few months, then set those goals into, incorporated them into your finances.
It was instantaneous.
Yeah.
So going through that application and really having to pick myself apart that way was, again, just such an eye-opener. And honestly, the opportunity to be standing here today, I never saw that coming.
Mm-hmm,
So
So you've kind of just put those goals, those measures into place to fix your finances, and you anticipate having at least one of your credit cards paid off in the next 2 or 3 years, or was that
I've
your
paid
car?
off 3 credit cards since November.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that you have a plan. With regard to your role as general manager, so this will be your first venture into a position of general manager, but you've acted as a consultant in various positions in the past. Is that correct?
It was primarily cage consulting. And my knowledge base definitely is cage operations.
Okay.
But I love to learn. I love to expand and see different things. I think it's an exciting industry. And back when I went to school for the associates in casino management, I shifted from the nursing program because I had found my passion. I love the regulation. I love the structure. I love the entertainment of it. It's just, and it's always evolving. And I love that.
That's good to hear. You've had direct reports in the past, am I correct? And what's the maximum number you've had in the past?
Probably two. At most I've had two supervisors under me, like when I was at the cage in Boulder City.
So you're going now 2 to 21 direct.
Well, okay, I did misunderstand. I was thinking about my supervisors. My largest staff I think it probably would be Irene's, but the hacienda was just under. So it was about the same. I want to say 18 to 19 cashiers at the hacienda. And then of course my staff of 22 at Irene's.
Okay.
And Jean, I also had a staff of probably about 15.
Okay. All right. That's good to hear. And then I was going to ask also about the renovations. You mentioned to us what's going on there. It's developing pretty quickly, you said. And the property is supposed to be rebranding. Is that correct?
That's correct. It will rebrand to Jackpot Joni's Casino.
All right. Those are all of the questions I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Ms. Chase, you epitomize the struggles that a lot of single women have raising 5 children in your case, but even 1 or 2 kids is quite a feat to undertake. So I want to commend you for your perseverance and your determination. I think you're doing a great job moving forward with your life and your career. And Mr. Winchell, I think, made an excellent choice in hiring you, and I'm sure you're going to do very, very well. Just keep moving forward and keep tackling those credit cards, and maybe rip them all up except for one for emergencies. And
Exactly.
I think you'll do fine just moving forward. But it's not easy getting those finances under control with the interest rates that they charge and so forth these days, but I'm sure you'll be able to get there. So I'm more than happy to support your application, and I want to wish you all the luck in the world.
Thank you very much.
And Ms. Chase, I as well am comfortable supporting your application based on your experience. You've been in the gaming industry, and as you noted, you've been supervising people and have different jobs that you've been responsible for. So that makes me feel comfortable. Your finances do cause me pause, though. We want to set people up for success, and by doing that, well, you're in a position that's around a lot of cash. You're around a position that's involving a lot of people's lives, as well as the customers. So I would like to throw out to my colleagues that we consider a 3-year limitation. And the reason I say that is not to be punitive, not to diminish your qualifications, but rather to help, as I said, support your success, to give a chance for you to come back in front of us in a couple of years and show us how you've done on your finances and tell us how you've done in your success with the company as well. So I would offer that, and certainly want to hear from my colleagues on their thoughts.
I think that's a good idea. And especially since you mentioned that, your application process has helped to set you on the path you are on now, and to focus on achieving your goals. Perhaps this 3-year limitation will help keep you focused on that, and you'll have an opportunity to come back, tell us about how successful you've been with those goals in the past.
I appreciate that opportunity. Would like to just remind that I have been in charge of large sums of money my entire career, millions of dollars, and it's never been an issue.
Understood. Good. That's all for me, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think sometimes a goal like that look at it as a goal that you need to reach. Can be a great motivator for you and give you some added incentive. Not that you really probably need it, but it doesn't hurt. I think a 3-year limit would be a good motivating factor for you to look at.
Great. Then, Mr. Donato, did you have anything else to add?
I do not, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the ability to give Ms. Chase an opportunity to prove herself with the 3-year limited. And we accept that. And we would ask for recommendation on that basis.
Yeah, the mic's cutting out on us a little bit, but I think we got most of that, and appreciate you understanding and agreeing with the idea of a 3-year limitation on this recommended license. So I would entertain a motion then, if either of my colleagues would like to make it, with the idea of a limitation to expire on the date of the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in July of 2027.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'll be glad to make that motion. I would move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of this application, non-restricted number 9, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert, with a added 3-year limitation to the license set to expire July of 2027.
The date of the commission meeting in July of 2027, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. McKellar, is that a suitable motion?
Yes, Chair, it is.
Very good. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Agent Colin Lane for all his hard work on this application.
Great. Thank you both. Bringing us to our last non-restricted item, number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 are the applications of Empire Gaming LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the application of Empire Gaming LLC doing business at Buster's Slots and Bar for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of MSL LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Empire Gaming LLC doing business at Buster's Slots and Bar. You also have the applications of Empire Gaming LLC doing business at Rainbow Market number 2 and Empire Gaming LLC doing business at Rainbow Market number 4 for a restricted gaming license. Finally, you have the applications of Nathan Miller for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good morning, Mr. Shearer.
Thank you
Chairman.
also to Special Agent Justin Schweitzer and Agent Heather Partee for their courtesy and professionalism in processing these applications. We appreciate their efforts. These applications arise primarily from some estate planning by the Lopers and some cleanup that became necessary as a result of a mix-up that occurred previously. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address some of those issues and give you some more details on them.
Please do. And then I think what we'll do after you make that presentation is there's several different items here. We'll just kind of take them in order, but make your presentation and we'll deal with them one at a time.
Great. So those, first with regard to the estate planning, Leonard, also known as Red, so you'll hear me refer to him as Red Loper, and Carolyn Loper are proposing to each transfer 8% of Empire Gaming to their grandson, Nathan Miller. After completion of the transfer, Leonard and Carolyn Loper will each own 26%. Curtis Loper, one of their sons, will own 16%. Mark and Lori Miller's their daughter, will own 8% each for a total of 16%. And Nathan Miller will own 16%. Empire Gaming is a licensed slot route operator. It has primarily serviced the Loper family businesses, which are have included other businesses at times, but have consistently been a chain of convenience stores known as Rainbow Markets. Nathan Miller is seeking licensure as a manager as well as a member of Empire Gaming. Going forward, we expect that Empire Gaming will be significantly more active in applying for its own restricted gaming licenses at the locations. And 3 of those locations are on the agenda today. One, Buster's, is a bar in Sparks. The location was formerly operated as a bar by a different operator. That lease expired and that operator moved on. The property is owned by SVH LLC, whose members are Red and Carolyn Loper, and a trust with their daughter, Lori Miller, as trustee, and Lori and her heirs as the beneficiaries. So they're the landlord of the property, and they're now leasing it to MSL LLC, who's the new business operator, and Nathan Miller is the sole member and manager of MSL. So the business operator, MSL, is seeking approval to receive a percentage of revenue from Empire Gaming, and Nathan is seeking approval, licensure as a member and manager of MSL. The other two locations, Rainbow Markets number 2 and number 4 in Reno and Sparks, are existing convenience store locations. As you know, there's been some prior applications with regard to these locations and some technical mix-ups in the way that the stores are licensed. In particular, in 2012, Red and Carolyn Loper decided to make a gift of a portion of their assets to their daughter, Lori Miller. In particular, that gift was supposed to be 50% of Rainbow Markets number 2 and number 4. That would be accomplished by transferring those stores from Red Loper as a sole proprietor, which owned Rainbow number 2, and Loper Enterprises, which owned Rainbow number 4, to LHM Inc., which is owned 50% by Red and Carolyn Loper and 50% by Lori and her husband, Mark Miller. Applications were filed for approval of the transfers. Approval was granted in June of 2013. However, wanting to take advantage of the federal gift tax rules in 2012 and having not yet received approval of the transfers by the end of 2012, Red and Carolyn Loper transferred a portion of SVH LLC, the owner of the property on which Rainbow Markets 2 and 4 were located, to Lori Miller's trust. It was not clear whether there would be an additional gift in 2013, and if so, when that would occur. The Lopers clearly intended to complete further transfers of their assets to their children and now to their grandchildren, but there was some confusion about exactly when that would happen and what form it would take. We believed that the transfer of the operating businesses of Rainbow number 2 and number 4 would eventually occur, but whether the transfers would be formally documented within the 6 months required by Regulation 4.080 was not clear. As we began reviewing materials to prepare for the transfers that are on the agenda today, we realized that Rainbow number 2 and number 4 had never formally been transferred to LHM Inc., and that they continued to operate as though they were owned by Red Loper and Loper Enterprises. We searched our records and could not find any paperwork formally completing the transaction or any notice to the board that the transaction had been completed. I searched my own files, and I know their new in-house counsel, Stephanie Bragg, searched company's files. I only recently saw a copy of a letter, which I believe that you have in your materials, indicating that the transfer was being completed and asking for credit for the taxes paid by Red Loper and Loper Enterprises. To my knowledge, that letter did not contain any documentation showing that the transfer had actually been completed, and we've not been able to locate any such documentation. Nevertheless, the longtime bookkeeper for Rainbow Markets was aware of the applications for approval of the transfers. She received the correspondence approving the transfers and therefore believed that the transfers had been completed and continued to send in the owners and conditions verification forms showing LHM Inc. as the licensee. When we became aware of this issue, we self-reported it last August and then filed applications for Empire Gaming to become the licensee at the 2 stores. We believe this would be the fastest and best way to clarify the actual licensee at the locations. Empire Gaming's applications for restricted licenses at Rainbow number 2 and number 4 are on your agenda and before you today. I'd like to make 4 points with regard to this issue. First, at all relevant times, even prior to the proposed transfers, Lori and Mark Miller were actively involved in the operation of Rainbow number 2 and Rainbow number 4. Their involvement remained the same, regardless of whether the business operator was Red Loper, Loper Enterprises, or LHM Inc. So there was no change in their involvement. Second, until very recently, Red Loper was the president and Carolyn Loper was the treasurer of LHM Inc. Red and Carolyn are 50% owners of LHM. The fact that Red Loper was the responsible party of the 2 stores did not change, again, regardless of whether the business operator was Red Loper, Loper Enterprises, or LHM. To the same responsible party ultimately, and you had the same day-to-day managers. As a result of these facts, no unlicensed individual was involved in the businesses, and there were no material differences in the way Rainbow number 2 or Rainbow Number 4 were operated. Third, the Loper family businesses now have in-house counsel to help them ensure that these issues are properly documented and handled going forward. And finally, when this issue came to light, the Lopers agreed that they should be self-reported, that we would take appropriate corrective actions, and that they understood that they were responsible for and would accept the consequences for the violations. We know that these facts do not excuse the violations, but we think that they mitigate the violations. The Lopers understand that these violations cannot happen again. With that, Mr. Chairman, we'd be happy to address any questions now, to walk through the applications you suggested, or I'd be happy to have Mr. Miller introduce himself and discuss his background and responsibilities, and we can address questions thereafter. However you'd like to proceed.
Let's go ahead and deal with what you just went through for the record, which I appreciate you going through point by point. And my understanding is that those transfers back to 2013, as you said, were self-reported. You walked through that the licensees are the same, and there's been a lot of conversation with the Tax and License Division of the Gaming Control Board, and that's all been straightened out. And putting these applications before the commission this month will address that issue. So I feel comfortable with that and your explanation on the record on behalf of your clients. But let's go ahead and see. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions regarding the issue back to 2013?
Yes, I do have a couple of questions just for clarification purposes. Mr. Scheer mentioned that Lori and Mark were both involved before 2013 and after 2013. Was that level of involvement the same? Did their roles change at all?
No, they were the day-to-day managers of the stores, and they continued to be the day-to-day managers of the stores. Red Loper continued to be was the president of the corporation, and ultimately the responsible party for both stores, and visited them occasionally, but he was not the day-to-day manager of those stores. Lori and Mark were the day-to-day managers. And they were licensed at the time. They had been licensed for LHM, and they had also been licensed as members of Empire Gaming.
Okay. And then you mentioned that the gifts occurred in 2012, and then they received approval from the commission in 2013. Is that correct?
It's correct. The gift that they received in 2012, though, was for the unlicensed landlord entity. So it was, rather than waiting for the approvals to transfer the gaming entity, they transferred a portion of the real estate as their gift for 2012.
Okay. All right. And yes, as the chair mentioned, I understand that you've communicated with the Tax and License Division with regard to this matter. And it was also self-reported, and we do have the applications before us today with regard to the proper licensees or potential licensees for Rainbow Market number 2 and 4. So I'm happy to proceed knowing that.
Judge Saad, questions about the issue?
Thank you, Chairman. Excuse me. Thank you. Mr. Scheer, would it be accurate to say that this was unintentional, not willful? It was more of a oversight on their part?
That's correct. I mean, it's a small company that's grown over the years, but I think sometimes at that time they didn't have in-house counsel. They didn't always want to call me to have me handle things if they thought they might handle them themselves. So
now they know better.
Yes, now they've got me very actively involved, and they have hired their own in-house counsel as well.
Great. And the fact that they self-reported, in my mind, does mitigate this fact scenario. So I don't have any further issues with it.
Thank you.
Great. So then let's go to Mr. Miller. Good morning.
Chairman.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, Dr. Watkins, 1 second. Go ahead, Dr. Watkins.
I'm so sorry. I meant to ask one more follow-up question. Mr. Scheer, did you represent these entities back in 2013?
I did, yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what your plans are and your duties and responsibilities and going forward with these businesses.
Okay, thank you again for having me this morning. It's been a long time goal for me to be here today. As far as I can remember back, my name is Nathan Miller, for the record. As far as I can remember back, this has been a goal for me and my family for me to be here today. So I appreciate the time. And some of my earliest memories were cleaning out the coins from the coin ops that split out of the hopper. So this has been a part of my family for a long time, and yeah, I appreciate it. And I'm really excited to be here today. I have had every title as far as my gas station experience goes. I've been a stalker, I've been an ice bagger, I've been a cashier, I've been a store manager, I've been a district manager, I've been fired, and I've been a general manager. Right now, my job duties are as general manager, and I am the head of the day-to-day operations on the store level of all things my family does. And as far as it pertains to Empire Gaming, I'm in charge of the drops. I'm in charge of the maintenance. I'm in charge of sourcing games, replacing games, where the mix of the games. I talk with gaming control agents if I want to switch positions or changing anything out. I also set the pars for Reno and in Vegas. My involvement in Vegas is not on the day-to-day level. It's more of the business strategy and par selection for what we're doing down there in Vegas. I went to UNR. I'm a graduate from UNR. I went through the gaming management program at UNR, and with Buster's Slots and Bar, that's going to be an extension of Empire Gaming's routes. I hope to participate in participation with Empire Gaming on that, and my operation for the day-to-day for Rainbow Markets, the way that the business is set up currently, I do have managers that report directly to me that I'm confident will be able to take on a lot of the responsibilities. I've been training and backfilling my position to be able to take on a lot of my duties and what I do for Rainbow Market, so I can have a small leave from Rainbow Market and focus a lot of my attention on Buster's Slots and Bar. I have a supportive wife who is allowing me to have a morning job and a day job. So I will still continue to work for Rainbow Market during the days, and then at nights I'll switch my attention to the bar.
How often are you at each of the Rainbow Markets now?
I visit each one of the Rainbow Markets every single week. Depending on what's going on in each one of the stores, I'll allocate my time appropriately to what's going on with the stores, whether we're having staffing issues or how busy they are, what they're in need of. So currently I work about 50 to 60 hours a week for Rainbow Market. And I'm assuming that will go down to about 40 hours a week, and then I will do another 30 to 40 hours at Buster's.
What's your anticipated opening date for Buster's?
The first week of August.
Okay, and you think that'll take you 30 hours a week, doing more kind of day-night type hours, and then do Rainbow Market hours in the morning?
That's what I anticipate.
Yeah, okay, good. All right, well, very ambitious. Good for you.
Oh, thank you.
It's a lot of hours. I was pleased with your background, and obviously you've learned the business from the ground up, being in a family business like that and being in contact with the gaming agents, as you said, is a very highly regulated industry. And so there's a lot of rules and regulations and internal controls, everything you have to follow. So always on your counsel or your in-house counsel if you have questions, and of course lean on game control board agents. Always better to ask before than have to ask once it's been done.
Of course.
Great. Dr. Watkins, do you have questions for Mr. Miller regarding his applications?
Nothing further from me, Chairman.
Okay, Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'm very impressed with your experience and the way you've been able to be where you are today. I think it speaks volumes for you to not just go to school and then come out and take over, the family business, but you've actually earned it. You've done a lot of menial jobs and got hands-on experience, and I'm very impressed with that. I think that's going to hold you in good stead. more than happy to support your application.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Shear, is there anything you need to tell us about the applications for Rainbow Market number 2 or Rainbow Market number 4 that we haven't already covered?
No, I believe there's nothing on those two, no. Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
And then is there anything you want to talk about on the application for the restricted gaming license for MSL LLC and Mr. Miller?
I believe there may have been a suggested condition there, and we're fine with that condition. It's a surveillance condition.
Yes.
We're fine with that condition.
I believe we have that. That would be necessary because it's a location that's new. Are you aware of that surveillance requirement?
Not as it's stated.
So as I understand, the condition would require review and approval of the surveillance system within 60 days of licensure and by the enforcement division, and obviously maintenance at or above that standard.
Sure, very standard for a location like this. The actual wording, the surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Game Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of the issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. Great, great. All right, Dr. Watkins, anything else regarding any of the applications on non-restricted item number 10?
I don't have any further.
Judge Assad?
No, nothing further.
Okay. As we stated, highly regulated industry you're getting involved in. As you noticed from all the paperwork and Mr. Shears going back 11 years and having to clean up things, it's a responsibility and a privilege to be involved in Nevada gaming industry. And so, as I said, just always ask questions first and lean on your legal counsel and other people with knowledge so that you don't have to be standing in front of the Gaming Control Board except on good days. Great. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 10.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'll be glad to make that motion. With respect to non-restricted agenda item number 10, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert, I would move for recommendation of approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission on that agenda item with the following condition: that the surveillance system and or mirrors be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of the issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
And I just want to add that the intent is for that condition to flow to all 3 properties.
Yes, that was my understanding.
Okay, so we want a new inspection at Rainbow 2 and Rainbow 4 as well?
Yes, that's what I've got in my materials.
Okay, I don't think it's a problem, but my understanding had been that it was for the new bar because it was being renovated.
They're
and
new
moving.
operations.
Yeah, Rainbow 2 and 4 are not changing and haven't been renovated, but
Yeah, so
we're happy to have the
inspection
enforcement.
should be easy then.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the intent again is we'd send out enforcement agents just to be sure because we haven't been there in quite a while. Sight lines, ATM placement, all the standard stuff that goes along with an enforcement visit, and then being sure that the camera system and the mirrors are in place. So is that understood? Mr. McKellar, do we need to add anything to the motion to make it clear that that condition is on all 3 of the restricted locations on non-restricted item number 10?
I think if the motion didn't make it clear, the discussion certainly did. So if Member Assad is okay with incorporating the discussion into his motion, I think we're good.
Yes, I will incorporate the Chief Hoffman's statement, and so it affects Rainbow number 2, Rainbow number 4, and Buster's. Great. That's my motion.
Great. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to you. All right, Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes our non-restricted agenda, correct?
Correct.
And our restricted agenda is calendared to begin at 1:30 this afternoon. So we will be in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
Oh, damn. All right, testing. Testing.
Okay.
I wonder what it does.
Hello, sir. Microphone check.
I am unable to hear you.
The court reporter can hear everyone as well.
Still working on getting that issue resolved.
One, two. Mic check, can you hear us now?
Yes, I'm able to hear you.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Let's go back and restart just for the purposes of the record. So good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record for our 1:30 calendared agenda. We did not have any items on our consent agenda for the restricted matters. So Madam Secretary, please once again read in restricted item number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Vegas Store LLC doing business as Corner Market for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of Cecilio Shama and Ara Mecca for licensure as a member, manager, and key executive as noted on the agenda.
Thank you. There we are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. David Brown, 520 South 4th Street on behalf of the applicant, Vegas Store LLC, doing business as Corner Market, and Mr. Shaba and Mr. Mika, who are with me today. I'll be very brief. This business actually has been open since about March. They started out as the market and they're already licensed for alcohol. They now wish to add gaming. They've gone through the process. They'll each tell you a little bit about their background. Mr. Mika works at the store. He's there 50 to 60 hours a week. Mr. Shaba still resides in San Diego. He hasn't made a determination yet if he's going to relocate to Las Vegas, but Mr. Mika is going to continue to work at the store full time. Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Shaba, let's start with you. Please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about why this business interested you.
My name is Cecilia Shaba. I came to, we opened the store at March, and I own a business in San Diego. My goal is to come and expand here in Las Vegas. I see there is a good future here.
Very good. And will be a non-day-to-day member of the business, is that correct?
Not right now, but in the future, definitely, sir.
Oh. Thank you very much. And Mr. Mika, please introduce yourself and tell us what your duties and responsibilities will be on a day-to-day basis for this business.
My name is Aram Mika. I will be full-time at this store, and I will be responsible full-time 24 hours at this location.
And how many hours a week does that entail for you?
Well, I'm here in Las Vegas for this business, so I will be 24 hours open for this business responsible.
Very good. And I assume both of you gentlemen understand, based on your attorney explaining that being involved in the gaming business, even a restricted location such as a convenience store, is a highly regulated industry. And there's a lot of paperwork and rules that go along with being involved in the gaming industry. I understand that both of you are registered to have our restricted gaming licensee seminar next week. Is that correct, that you'll both be attending that?
Yes.
Very good. All right, Dr. Watkins, did you have questions?
Yes, I do have questions. Good afternoon, gentlemen. As to Mr. Shaba, I understand that you're involved with a number of businesses. Can you please speak to the different businesses and industries that you're currently involved in?
Yes, ma'am, definitely. I own a towing company in San Diego. I also own a liquor store in San Diego. And both businesses are in San Diego, and I also own a restaurant in San Diego.
So I have a number of businesses listed, and if these are related, then you could just let me know. I have the Expedite Towing, Vegas Store LLC, Blackjack Towing, Expedite One Towing LLC, Properties Done Right, Home Food LLC, and Antonio's Investments.
That is correct. Blackjack Towing is not operating yet. And if you can repeat, there's one more business for you.
Expedite Towing 3, Vegas Store.
Expedite Towing 3 is not operating yet, too. And Expedite 1, it does exist.
Okay. I also understand that there were a number of lawsuits filed against an entity that you were involved in, that you're currently involved in, but now you've taken over 100% ownership. Can you tell me about whether you had a role in that?
Those lawsuits, they were before my time. And when I purchased a business, we do towing, and I had explained to my lawyer that people park illegally. And then our jobs is we work with the law enforcement, security agents, parking agents. They call us to move the vehicle from point A to point B because it's been taken somebody's reserve space. So people feels like the tow was illegal tow, so they take us to a small claim. So we had to go and provide those informations with the pictures, with the evidence, who signed for this vehicle to be authorized. And I fight those, and I beat them all the time, most of the times.
I'm referencing specifically 16 small claims court cases where Antonio's Investments was named as a party to a lawsuit. That was in 2019. Was that before your time?
That was before, I believe before my time. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I got to look at it.
It's my understanding that you were employed in an administrative capacity during that time.
If I could, it's my understanding that was asked during the investigation and we looked into it. The time that was before his time as an owner, but he was working for the company before that. He was a little confused because he wants to be forthcoming about the other lawsuits that he has been a party of.
Yes, ma'am.
Understood. And so I'm correct then in understanding that you were employed in an administrative capacity with Antonio's Investments, doing business as Expedite Towing.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you weren't aware of any kind of scheme related to the lawsuits?
No.
And you were working with your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
And this was, are you currently involved in any businesses with your brother?
No, ma'am.
The brother, I believe, is Nozad. Is that how you pronounce his
I'm
name?
sorry?
Nozad?
No, that's Shaba, no.
And so you haven't been involved with any businesses since that time with your brother?
No, except Expedite Towing, I purchased it from him. That was it.
Were you previously involved in any other businesses with Nozad?
No.
What does your brother do now?
He works for me.
And how so?
He's been working for me. He came back and started working with us. And he also, I believe he used to work in a liquor store.
So we're talking about the brother Nozad.
Yes.
The same brother.
Yes.
So
yes.
My understanding in your answer to my previous question was that you were no longer involved in any businesses with him.
When you said that question, I thought like you're talking as a partnership.
Okay.
No. What if as far as partnership, no, it's not. But he does work there. He managed a little bit of the office.
Where does he work?
In Expedite Towing.
Okay, it was my understanding that he wasn't involved in that company at all anymore.
No, he does work with him. He does work with me.
Okay.
As far as employee in the office, he does work with me. Yes.
And does he? Is he? What is his role besides being in the office?
He does a little paperwork and accounting. Like, he takes care of all my accounts.
So please describe to me what kind of paperwork he does.
So we do, we have a salesperson that we take care of the accounts. I take care of the accounts that we put signs in the accounts, and in the accounts, he maintain them. If it needs a signs, if it needs to replace painting parking lots, permits, because we issue permits, parking permits for the managements. So those he provides the managers, all those, he maintain all the accounts, like the property managements, if that's clear to you.
What was your reason for purchasing the business from your brother if he still wanted to be involved?
What was the reason? I wanted to expand because at that time he told me I don't want to be involved in a towing. It's too much stress business, I said, okay, I'll take over, no problem. If you want to give me the opportunity, I'll buy the the company from you. So I took over. Later on, he came back. He goes like, do you mind if I want to, I don't want to be like, I don't want to be owner. I don't want to be nothing, do you mind if you hire me as an like employee there? Like, why not? I don't mind.
So he left the company and then came back. How long after he left did he come back?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, within like a year and a half. I'm not sure the exactly date, to be honest with
you. Okay. That's all for me right now, Chair.
Thank you. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman. You're familiar with the requirements for the financials under 6.150, the bankroll requirements?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Brown, have you gone over that with your client?
We have, and then we discussed, we're going to get together again after they do the seminar to go over.
Great. Most of my concerns have been already addressed, so I'm comfortable with moving forward.
Thank you, Judge. I had a couple questions following up on Dr. Watkins' questions. You said that you're currently running Expedite One Towing. Is that right, Mr. Shaba?
Yes, sir.
And you said Blackjack Towing is not operating?
It's not operating yet. We haven't opened it yet. We opened the corporation, but we have not operated the business yet.
Okay. And then Expedite Towing 3, you said you're not currently operating that?
No, not yet.
What's the point of, what's the purpose of Expedite Towing 3 versus?
Yeah, we trying to expand and to get a contract. So we haven't applied for it yet. As soon as we apply, we're going to operate the business.
Why couldn't Expedite One Towing get the same business?
Because Expedite Towing, one business, I have a partners with me.
Understood.
That's why
So
it's a
you-
different entity.
Understood. Who are your partners in Expedite One Towing?
I am partner with Yazid Erakat and Ahmad Erakat.
And as Dr. Watkins said, your brother has no ownership interest in that?
No, sir.
Okay. And he will have no involvement whatsoever regarding the corner market on Charleston in Las Vegas. Is that correct? Your brother Nazad?
No, sir. That is
Okay.
correct. No.
Very good. Member Watkins, any additional questions?
I think I'm satisfied with the answers, and thank you, Chair. I was gonna ask that follow-up question as well about any planned involvement, whether that be ownership or as an employee at the location that's you're on application for today. So thank you for confirming that on the record.
No problem.
I think that's a very good point, Dr. Watkins. Let's go through that in 3 easy steps, Mr. Shaba. Your brother has
sir.
no ownership whatsoever regarding the corner market,
No, sir.
correct? Your
No, sir.
brother is not going to be an employee at the corner market, correct?
Absolutely not.
And your brother is not going to handle any of the books for the corner market?
No, sir.
All right,
No, sir.
very good. Thank you.
I got to follow up.
Judge Assad.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the tow companies that you own, Mr. Shaba. Are they,
sir.
are you a contract carrier or a common carrier regarding the tow companies?
I am a contract carrier with the law enforcement, with California Highway Patrol, with the San Diego Police Department, with the private property impounds.
Is that going to apply also for the other two companies that you're not currently operating?
So no, the other ones is a COD cash and delivery. So people like randomly people called.
So that's,
And they
you'll be a
s-
common carrier?
Yes, sir. If that's what a common carrier. what it's- Yeah.
Yeah, a common
Yes.
carrier is someone who does not have a contract with an establishment?
Yes, those doesn't have, it's a common carrier.
Okay. All
Yes,
right,
sir.
thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Brown, anything else you'd like to add?
No,
And you understand that the condition will be on the license that we talked about for both gentlemen to take the restricted licensee seminar that they're registered for next week. Actually gives them more time, but if they get it done next week, it'll solve that very fast.
we're in agreement with that condition, and if you need a condition in regards to Mr. Shaba's brother, he'd certainly be agreeable to that as well. And they have every intention of taking the class next week.
Very good. I'm fine to move forward if one of my colleagues would like to make a motion regarding restricted item number 1.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission with respect to restricted item agenda number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert with the following condition: that the applicants shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee within 90 days of the surveillance of the state gaming license. This condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee.
Madam Secretary.
Chairman, I'm not sure we had an opportunity, my apologies for interrupting, to discuss Mr. Mika's application.
Please, go ahead.
There's also one more surveillance condition.
Oh, I'm
We'll go
sorry.
ahead. That's okay. We'll go ahead and take the motion after your questions. Go ahead.
I just wanted to give Mr. Mika an opportunity, if you don't mind, to provide any kind of affirmative presentation.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Say a little bit about yourself.
Oh, okay. My name is Aram Mika. I came to US in 2010 from Turkey, and I've been working, trying to work hard, you know.
And I would just add on behalf of Mr. Mika, in regards to his prior arrest for the DUI. He has quit drinking since 2019, and alcohol is not at all a part of his life anymore.
No.
He's an extremely hard worker. He really is the boots on the ground at the location. He's there 50 to 60 hours every week, and he's the one that's responsible day to day for every part of the store.
Thank you for that. Thank you. I appreciate that. I understand at one point in time you were disabled due to an automobile accident. Is that right?
That's right.
And so you're fully recovered from that.
Yes.
You're all for the standing and long days and long hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, no, I had that issue, but I recovered it all. I fixed it all. Now I'm just trying to work hard and trying to make it happen. I have my license. I have everything settled right now, and spend all my time in this location trying to make it happen.
Well, that's good to hear. And congratulations on your recovery as
so
well.
much.
I understand it was very serious, so it's good to see you here. And
Thank you so
much. How did you two meet? How do you know each other?
In Sicilia?
Yeah.
So back in home, we're like small town. We know all each other, like family, back in family. My dad, and his dad, my uncle, like family.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
small town.
Very close then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's all the questions I have, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. For the record, Judge, why don't we go ahead and just start the motion again from the
Okay.
top?
Very well, thank you. With respect to restricted agenda item number 1, I would recommend that we move to recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert on that item with the following conditions. The applicants shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for the restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee within 90 days of the issuance of the state gaming license. This condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. Second condition, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you all very much. And thanks to Agent Lombardo for his help on the application.
Thank you. Restricted item number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Tuttle One LLC for licensure to receive a gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 29407. It is also the applications of William Tuttle and J.C. Miller for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Jeff Donato, enrolled agent, the applicants, Mr. Tuttle and Ms. Miller. I would like to provide a brief overview of the application with your permission, Mr. Chairman, and give the applicants an opportunity to provide some information about themselves.
Yes, please proceed.
This location is an existing convenience store known as 7-Eleven store number 29407 and is located at the corner of Twain Avenue and University Center Drive. On or about November 14th of 2023, the applicants took over the operations of the store that has 7 gaming machines. Since the SRO, Century Gaming, held and continues to hold the restricted gaming license, the gaming has been operating under a space lease agreement, and the applicants are collecting a space lease rent through their LLC. If the application is approved, however, the space lease agreement will convert to a share in revenue, and it will commence participating in the gaming revenue at that time. Both the applicants are registered to attend the gaming seminar on July 16th on 2024. And with that, I'd like to have Mr. Tuttle provide some information about himself.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Tuttle.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. So my name is William Tuttle. I'm a Vegas local. A little bit about myself is, I guess, after graduating high school, I went for a little bit and played college basketball, got hurt, and went on a Mormon mission for 2 years. Came back home and started doing sales for solar and alarms. Met my beautiful wife here, and we have 2 beautiful children. I started a pest control company in Las Vegas. That's been a great avenue for us. And then just about 2 years ago, we started the process to buy this 7-Eleven. And now that led us to what we are here today. Kind of why we wanted to buy this 7-Eleven is because my wife used to be a bartender in Las Vegas at Stoney's. And I want her to be a stay-at-home mom for our 2 kids. And the income from that, what she was going to get from bartending to the income that we'd be getting from gaming and this 7-Eleven was going to be able to provide an avenue for us that she can be a stay-at-home mom for our 2 babies, and hopefully, more to come. And so that's a little bit about me and our situation.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on to Ms. Miller, I know Ms. Miller's attorney, Mr. Smith, was supposed to be attending by Zoom. He had the Zoom link. I don't know if he has let into the meeting, but if we.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. Oh, okay, perfect. And with that, we'll have Ms. Miller provide some information. So.
Hello, my name is JC Miller. I'm from Colorado. I was born and raised there. I went and played college volleyball in Mesa, Arizona, and I got my associates there. I moved here shortly after. I went to UNLV for a little bit. I'm a couple credits shy of graduating that. I have been in the food and beverage industry for a long time. Probably have about 15 years experience in that. I was bartending at Stoney's for the last 6 years as their lead bartender. And yeah, we wanted to purchase this store to be able to recover what I would be losing from my income. And so that I could stay at home with the kids and also do all of the back end stuff, because I'm a numbers person. So I like to do all of the paperwork and the computer and everything like. As far as the DUI, it changed my life forever. And I don't remember very much. Everything I do remember, I came forward and said to officers, to you guys, and it has definitely changed my life forever. And I can say that.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just for the
Go
record,
ahead.
This is the one and only incident that she has in her background. Her background is impeccable with the exception of this one incident. She truly understands the severity of her actions. She takes full accountability and would hope that the board would find some comfort in that to move forward with this application. With that, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Let's start with you, Mr. Tuttle. How many hours a day do you plan on being at this location?
So we took over the store November 15th last year, and I'm putting in at least 8 hours a day, and lately it's been 7 days a week. I'd like it to go back down to 5, but I just haven't found the right manager yet to help me. And I'm the one that's boots on the ground and really getting business, hiring, firing, doing all that stuff. So I'm there a lot.
And how much time do you spend in your other businesses?
So I'm fortunate enough that I have set systems in place to where I can really oversee the pest control company from afar. So the pest control company is pretty self-sufficient. I'm in there to just kind of give moral support, help contracts if I need to, just kind of be there. And then, my higher end clients, I'm definitely doing those ones, but that's more of a weekend type thing. So I'm doing both a lot. So I would say I'm probably doing pest control, I'd say 3 hours a day and then 8 hours at the 7-Eleven.
And other than the space lease at this location, how have you had any other involvement with gaming in your background?
I haven't, no. My wife has, I have not. I've seen the machines going and all that. I don't game myself, but I've definitely, I don't even drink or do anything like that. So, but yeah, I have no previous experience with gaming. No, I don't.
But then the current arrangement, if there's any issue with the machine, you contact the slot route operator, correct?
I do. Yeah. And I do that every day. So yeah, whenever a machine's going down, I definitely give them a call and they come out there in several hours and we take care of that. So I know what to do in those situations.
Under your current arrangement on the space lease, who's responsible for the supervision? Is it the store employees?
When I'm not there?
Yes, that's correct. As part of the agreement, the business operator is responsible for overseeing the business for the machines.
And I assume you have responsible gaming materials next to the machines?
Yes,
All
we
right.
do.
Dr. Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Tuttle?
Oh, I'm sorry, my mic wasn't on. I do not have questions for Mr. Tuttle.
Okay, Judge Assad, questions for Mr. Tuttle?
No, I'm fine with Mr. Tuttle.
Okay, Ms. Miller. I understand that you addressed the driving under the influence issue that you had, and Mr. Donato has eloquently advocated on your behalf. I will tell you from my personal standpoint, it's not like someone having a DUI in the past prevents them from being involved in the gaming industry. But my largest concern with this is the recency of it. This happened only a couple of months ago. So with you standing here and telling us that, as you heard the last applicant say, he's completely sober, doesn't drink at all. And for you even to stand here and say that to us today, which I'm not asking you to do, but that would only be a couple of months ago. So I'm very concerned about the recency of it. I'm concerned about the fact that you actually have a status check on calendar for this matter actually later this month. So I'm personally troubled by the fact that we would be giving a participation license to your company with you as a member manager with that matter pending. Is there anything you want to add to that?
I understand your concerns. I unfortunately didn't get to choose when that date was. But I definitely understand why you guys are asking those questions.
Yeah.
I guess I don't have a good answer.
Understood. And our responsibility here is we're not a criminal court. Our responsibility is protection of the industry, protection of the patrons, and protection of the licensees. So one of the things we need to do when we consider applicants is whether or not they have the right current background, demeanor, education, experience. You certainly got the experience in what you've done, but I'm concerned with someone who's been a bartender for many years to have a DUI that caused the situation you're in, being a young mother. As you said, this has changed your life, and I hope it has for the better. But I'm personally concerned with the timing and want to hear from my fellow board members here. But even a limitation on this or a condition, I don't think solves the issue that we're looking at a pending matter right now. So I'm just a little troubled with the structure, and I'm not going to be explaining to you how to restructure this, but if Tuttle One LLC owns the entity, there are things that legal counsel could advise you both of you on for what you could do with regard to this matter. But with that, I'll let Dr. Watkins, if you have questions or comments for Ms. Miller, please feel free.
I have similar concerns. I'm not sure I have questions, just given the status of the matter. And I think about our gaming employee registration applicants who often are turned away when they have criminal matters that are pending. We just don't know what the outcome will be or when they're in constructive custody because we can't predict the future. We don't know what's going to happen with your case. So for that reason, I don't think I can support your application today.
Judge
Mr.
Assad.
Chairman, if I could please have, it may be helpful if Mr. Smith could provide some information about the case and maybe the status. My understanding is 2 of the charges have been dismissed and just the 1 DUI still pending. But maybe if he could provide some information, status of the case, that may be helpful. Mr. Smith, are you able to provide?
I'd be open to that, Mr. Donato, but I actually don't want to be handing you a shovel either. I don't know how much more you want to talk about this on the record. Ms. Miller has obviously her constitutional rights on dealing with that criminal matter. And the more you want to put on the record, you're welcome to do so. But once you start digging, I don't know when you stop.
Understood.
And sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Smith.
And I apologize. I've muted my screen. I could unmute it if you'd like. I don't know if I'm properly dressed for the occasion. You all look lovely. As for the criminal matter, I don't know if it's as concerning or anything that Ms. Miller would say or that could be said here in this record that wouldn't necessarily affect her case. As this body is aware, Ms. Miller, previously worked as a bartender at Stoney's. It just so happens that many of DUI cases, right, after either an accident or someone gets pulled over, an officer will often say, "Oh, there was an odor of alcohol on this person," which made us take continued steps. Not surprisingly, when Miss Miller, right, was approached by the police officers, there was an odor of alcohol. Well, she had just come off a shift from Stoney's. The only reason the case in this particular matter is pending at this time is because we don't yet have the toxicology report. Ms. Miller was extremely forthcoming with all the officers that were there. There were some thoughts that she can't recall of the day or night, maybe more forthcoming than her criminal defense attorney would appreciate. But in doing so, part of the reason that the case is pending is without the toxicology, at worst, it could be a misdemeanor DUI that is closed out on the 29th itself. No further questions or extensions or even probationary term since the other charges have been dismissed. Alternatively, though, when the toxicology report comes back, this might very well end up being a reckless driving. Obviously, grateful that she is okay. Grateful that that whatever effects it has done so positively in her life. But from a criminal aspect, no crystal ball, but it seems that she's going to be totally fine in her criminal case. A small chance that the case is completely closed out on the 29th, and still a chance as well that it might not even be a DUI.
Thank you for that, Mr. Smith, and understanding that you represent her in the criminal matter. There are obviously different objectives and different standards that we're dealing with. Since you brought up the toxicology, how long does it usually take to get that back?
Unfortunately, recently, since the summertime, perhaps vacations or whatnot, I know there's applications they have in their toxicology lab. It has been somewhat delayed, right? Which is why this status check was pushed so far out from the alleged incident happening around the beginning of the year. I would hope that the toxicology is back by that 29th date, which will give all of us very clear, both me, myself and the state prosecuting the case, very clear idea of what direction the case is going to go. And most of those cases, as y'all may be familiar with, about 95% of all these cases end up resolving because it's very clear under the law what the repercussions will be. And Ms. Miller is a little bit more unique than many other people who come with a DUI case because of the fact that she was working at Stoney's, as a bartender prior to, where the alcohol smell would be very apparent, to anyone who came by, whether how much or how little there would be, and that would be very significant for that case.
I appreciate that, Mr. Smith, but again, we're working on a different standard here. And of course, your client rolled over a Tesla on an off-ramp. That doesn't usually happen when alcohol smell ends up on your clothes from working a bartending shift. So again, I'm not getting into the criminal matter here. And even if the case was dismissed, I would still have concerns about the timing of it because Ms. Miller is going to be in a situation of being around alcohol at a convenience store and going to be around gaming where we need somebody there who is properly licensed, properly educated, and properly supervising these machines. So I still end up with the same concerns that I had before. And I'm of opinion here that I'm not in a situation ready to deny this because that has ramifications. But I would think since there is a status check later in the criminal case this month, I would be open to referring this matter back to staff, not with any specific date and time, but to allow Tuttle One LLC to consider what its options are and to consider when Investigations Division might bring this matter back before the board. And if you need a minute, Mr. Donato, we can trail this, or we can hear from the other board members.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate that and understand the recent activity of this. And perhaps to allow some time to lapse in between, if you could see, this board could see it fit to maybe give a 3-year limited license to allow some time so she could show that this was truly a one-time incident. And then
Mr.
that would allow
Donato, that doesn't solve anything. 3 years doesn't fix any of the issue here. We're talking about recency. 3 years won't fix the problem. I think they need to consult with legal counsel on what the options are for the owner of this particular location. They're not prejudiced by the fact that it's right now got a space lease. So I think you need to look at those options if assuming the other board members are of the same inclination I am versus making a motion. So why don't we go to you, Dr. Watkins, and ask what your feelings are on this matter?
Yeah, I'd like to say something if you don't mind, Chairman. And then I think Ms. Miller wanted to say something as well. But it wasn't clear to me if, is it Mr. Taylor who we have on the line?
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Taylor Smith. Mr. Smith, I don't know if he was referring to himself in the third person, but he said that Ms. Miller was more forthcoming than perhaps defense counsel would have liked. Was he referring to himself?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, usually in criminal defense, right? Criminal defense attorneys will often, because the standards are different, be like, "Hey, listen, we don't talk to the police." But Miss Miller, with only ever having positive, I would say, interactions with the police throughout her entire life, because again, she had that very jarring and worrisome crash. Talked greatly about everything that had happened down to this, like, oh, maybe this could have happened, maybe that could have happened, right? Well, most of the time I would instruct clients, hey, listen, you don't need to talk to the police, about the matter. We'll get to it when we get to it at court. But I would say from reading the police report, her earnestness, and maybe I'm trying to find the right word for it, but it's definitely different, but has been completely transparent with the police, in that whole operation. And even so with that, I still very much anticipate 50% chance case is closed out on the 29th, 50% chance, right? Potentially even the DUI being removed, and this being more in the sign of, oh my gosh, this is a car crash and so glad she's okay, rather than, oh, this is a severe criminal matter.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So you are her criminal defense counsel, and you have always been her criminal defense counsel?
Yes, for this case.
Okay. Without getting too deep into the criminal matter, it's my understanding that Ms. Miller actually has admitted to these things. And so, you seem to be indicating that she hadn't even had any alcoholic beverages. There's also marijuana involved here, it appears. And I'm not asking her to admit anything here today, but that is what my report is reflecting. So,
and all of those things are true and fair. And from the criminal side, it's merely a legal limits, right? People take medications and drive. People have other parts and drive. And from the things that she has said and read and said in the police report and spoken to me, which is identical to the facts that I think that y'all have, most of that would probably fall under the tolerable legal limits of these. But for the car crash, which is why I say it's a little premature, because I'd really like to see the toxicology report, which would be very telling from that time.
Okay. All right. Well, so my overall thought is, just given the pending nature of the matter, I understand you're advocating for your client and you believe that, this case may be dismissed or parts of this case may be dismissed, but I cannot sit here and predict the future, and I'm just unable to support a pending application at this time. And for me, it has to do with more with fairness in treating different applicants in similar manners. And given the pending nature of this matter, I'm unable to support the application.
Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. According to the police report, I mean, the bottom line is she flunked the HGN test. That's the horizontal gaze nystagmus test. That's the strongest test of the 5 tests that they usually administer. I've convicted people with blood alcohol level below 0.08. If they make an admission that they've been drinking, and which she did in the report, 2 drinks, she said, and the marijuana, she admitted smoking marijuana. She flunks the HGN test. I don't need a blood alcohol test. There's 2 ways you can be convicted. One is a per se violation above 0.08. The other is you're just under the influence, regardless of whether you're above or below 0.08. She's in deep trouble, as far as I can tell, as far as the DUI case goes. So I think you should take the chairman's suggestion and reconsider your options.
Mr. Chairman, could you allow a minute of time so I can have a conversation with applicants, determine what we'd like to do?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. And Ms. Miller, if you wanted to say something with both of your counsel's advice there, please feel free. But if you don't, it won't be held against you.
We're okay, Mr. Chairman, if you can allow us a couple of minutes to have a quick discussion.
Why don't we do this? We'll take the next item and we'll trail this one, and then we'll bring you back up after the next item.
Mr. Chairman, I'm actually the next 2 items. So if you want to skip 2 and go to.
So you're not going to be able to be 2 places at one time. Okay, why don't we take, how long do you need? 3 minutes?
Yeah, it
Well,
should be quick.
We'll be in recess for the next 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back on the record. Is the audio on? Can you hear us, Dr. Watkins?
I can hear you, Chairman.
Okay, very good. Mr. Donato, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the time to allow me to speak with the applicants. After discussion, what we would like to do with your permission is refer this back to staff until we can see what happens on the 29th at this upcoming hearing. And then we can report back to Agent Pardo and provide him that information, and then potentially get this on to the next available agenda, depending on what happens with this case on next, or at the end of this month, I'm sorry.
Okay, then I'm just going to refer the matter back without any conditions or anything about timing wise, but we'll refer it back to staff and the investigation can continue. Ms. Miller, nothing that's happened here today is intended to at all prejudice your rights for your criminal matter. I hope it does work out. And as your attorney mentioned, one of the most important things is you were not injured in that accident. So I'm glad to hear that and wish you and your family the best. And we will wait and see what happens on this further investigation. So Madam Secretary, we'll refer back restricted item number 2 to staff. Thank you. Bringing us to restricted item number 3.
Restricted number 3 is the application of Sabular Enterprise, Inc. for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 27452. It is also the application of Parmbir Singh for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Jeff Donato, and road agent here with the applicant, Mr. Singh. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, just provide a brief overview of the application, give the opportunity for the applicant to provide some information about himself, and we'd be here to answer any questions.
Please.
This particular location is an existing convenience store known as 7-Eleven store number 27452 and is located at the corner of Jones Boulevard and Lone Mountain Road. On December 5th of 2023, Mr. Singh took over the operations of the store that has 7 gaming machines. The SRO is Century Gaming. They hold the license and continue to hold the license for this location, and the location's been operating under a space lease agreement since the time that Mr. Singh took over the store. If this application is approved, however, the space lease agreement will convert to a participation, and at that time is when Mr. Singh start participating in the gaming revenue under the SRO's license. Mr. Singh is registered to attend the restricted gaming seminar on July 16th, and with that, I'll have Mr. Singh provide some information about himself.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Singh.
Good afternoon, sir. So my name is Parmbir Singh, and I born in a small village of northern India, and I did my schooling from India, and then I did my college, my university. I did my bachelor's emphasis in physics, chemistry, and mathematics, and then I did my master's from India. And throughout my studies, I was living with my parents, and we were living in the village. I was them, and I was helping them in the farm.
I'm sorry. Can you just slow down just a little bit? You said you were living with your parents, and you were living where?
So in the village, in the village, in the same village where I born. Okay. I was living with them, and then after completing my my post graduation, I moved to USA in December 2019, and then I started living with my wife in California, and it took me 6 to 7 months for my green card and my social security to come, and when all the paperwork come, the corona was at the peak, and I was not able to secure find any job until like 2021, and my wife was working, she full-time working, and then in 2021 we moved to the Vegas. I start working on the 7-Eleven, and then in that time I work hard, and I learned each and everything of the 7-Eleven, and it made me interested by the 7-Eleven, and then I applied and get approved after the round of interviews of the franchisee system. And then in December 23, 5 December.
Thank you very much. How many hours a week do you spend at this location?
So I spend like 50 to more than 50, like near about 50 hours on my location. Like every day I go for 8 hours.
And you're responsible currently for supervising the machines, even though this is on a space lease agreement, correct?
Yeah. I'm like.
And how many other,
responsible everything, operations and everything.
how many other employees work at the location?
So at the, like, we have 2 employees at every shift and 1 employee at night. Like, so together, like every day there is 5 to 6 employees.
And how many total full-time and part-time employees are on the payroll at the company?
So all of my employees right now, like four of my employees are the full-time and 2 are the part-times.
Good, thank you. And I understand you're registered to take the restricted licensee gaming compliance seminar next week. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Singh?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Singh. From 2012 to 2019, you were a full-time student?
Yeah, I was a full-time student.
And you were supported by your parents?
Yeah, I was.
What did your wife do? She supported you from 2019 to 2021. What did she do at that time?
So she's a nurse. She's a full-time nurse.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's all I have. Those are all the questions I have, Chairman.
Okay, Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Their agent, senior agent Katie Jones did a good job on this application under the supervision of Special Agent Brandon Peters and the supervision of Supervisor Julia Allen, as well as Chief Hoffman. Everything seems to be compliant with 463-160 and 463-530. I have no specific questions. They indicate there are no concerns or no conditions. I want to wish you good luck. I'm in full support of your application, and I'm sure you'll do very well.
And I as well, Mr. Singh, based on your educational background and the fact that you're spending full time being at this store, I'm comfortable supporting your application as well. Mr. Donato, anything else you'd like to add before we take a motion?
No, I'd just like to thank Senior Agent Jones for all her work on this application.
All right, thank you. I would entertain a motion then on restricted item number 3.
Thank you, Chairman Hedrick. I'll be glad to make that motion. I would move that we recommend approval of this restricted number 3 application as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert with no conditions.
So we didn't have a condition that he take the seminar, but has he already taken it or is he taking it next week?
He's registered.
July 16th, he's scheduled to attend the seminar.
Chief Hoffman, is there a reason why we don't have the condition on this one?
What do you think? Because he signed up for it?
We had an earlier item where they were signed up for it, even though it's
Yeah.
next week.
Yeah, I think we usually have the condition until they actually take the course.
Yeah.
This one got left off.
Why don't we go ahead and add
We
that?
could read it in. It's the same one as the first condition for
1.
item number 1. Oh, okay. Supervisor Allen just reminded me that it's because this is a percentage of revenue versus an actual equity license.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. What did Chief Hoffman say?
Supervisor Allen reminded me that in this particular case, this is an application to just receive a percentage of revenue versus an application for actual licensure to operate.
Okay, so in prior instances, we haven't required them to take the restricted licensee seminar. We encourage it. And so
Correct.
here,
That's the difference.
he's been
It's,
strongly encouraged and he signed up. So just for the record, let's be clear, Mr. Singh, you will be taking the compliance seminar next week. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, very good. Then we don't need a condition on the license. The motion has already been read into the record. So Madam Secretary, let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Good luck to you. Bringing us to restricted item number 4.
Restricted number 4 is the application of Bajwa Gas LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 22581. It is also the application of Jazdev Bajwa for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Good
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Jeff Donato, and road agent. Joining you there in Carson City should be Mr. Bajwa.
He is in front of us, yes. We'll pull up the screen
Perfect.
here for you so you can see.
Perfect. Mr. Chairman, just like to give a brief overview of this application as well, and then give an opportunity for the applicant to provide some background information, and then we'd be here to answer any questions.
Yes, please proceed.
This location is another existing convenience store known as 7-Eleven store number 22581, and the major cross streets are South Virginia Street and Moana Lane. On or about April 13th of 2023, Mr. Boswell took over the operations of the store that has 5 gaming machines. Since the SRO, Sartini Gaming, held and continues to hold a restricted gaming license, the gaming has been operating under a space lease agreement, and Mr. Boswell, through his LLC, has been collecting space lease rent since he took over the operations of the store. If this application is approved, however, the space lease agreement will convert to a share in revenue, and Mr. Boswell, through his LLC, will commence participating in the gaming revenue under the SRO's restricted gaming license. Mr. Boswell is registered to take the restricted licensee seminar on July 16th, and I'd like to have him provide some information about himself.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Mr. Boswell, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I was born in California. I moved to Nevada about 20 years ago when I was 13. I lived in Hawthorne, Nevada, just 2 hours away from here. And I lived there for 2 years, my freshman and sophomore year in high school. Then we moved up here to Reno, and that's when I finished high school here. And then after that, I went on and played college basketball at a junior college. It's an hour away from here in Susanville. I did a year there. Then I came back and I continued school at Truckee Meadows Community College. And I worked for the city of Reno for an after-school program. And after that, I worked for Wells Fargo. And then from there, I just got into business.
And what made you decide to buy this 7-Eleven store?
I've always wanted to get into 7-Eleven. I was looking at 7-Eleven a couple of years ago, but another business opportunity came up, so I took that instead. And when I spoke to 7-Eleven corporate, they told me just keep looking online. If there's a store available, it'll be online. So I think like a year or two, I was just looking online, and then my wife also wanted me to find something local. And so I found this. It's 10 minutes away from my house. And the day I saw it, I called and I submitted an application.
Approximately how many hours a week do you spend at the location?
I spend about 50 to 60 hours a week.
And how many full-time and part-time employees do you have
I
there?
have 4 full-time employees.
Good. And your responsibilities currently include supervising the machines and contacting the slot route operator if there's any issues?
Correct.
Yeah. And you have responsible gaming materials next to the machines?
Yes.
Good. All right. And as your counsel there, Mr. Donato, mentioned, you are enrolled for the restricted licensee compliance seminar next week?
Correct.
And you will be attending that?
Yes.
Very good. All right, Dr. Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Singh?
Good afternoon, Mr. Singh. I do not
I'm sorry,
have.
Mr. Bajwa.
Oh, Mr. Bajwa, I apologize. I do not have questions or concerns. Happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. It's pretty straightforward. Supervisor Allen and Brandon Peters, Special Agent, and Agent Partee and Chief Hoffman did a thorough investigation on you. What you've told us here today is very impressive. I'm sure you'll do very well. So I don't have any concerns, no conditions on this application. I'm happy to support it.
Thank you.
How much time do you spend on your other businesses?
Maybe like an hour a week.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the full-time job?
Yeah. My wife doesn't want me home all day.
Very good. All right, then I would entertain a motion on restricted number 4.
Thank you, Chairman Hedrick. I would move to recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission with respect to restricted agenda item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Agent Partee for all her work on this application.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Donato. Bringing us to restricted item number 5.
Restricted number 5 are the applications of Parkway Summerlin LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and I want to apologize to everyone here for my casual demeanor. I was in between summer camp and contractors on a patio, and I wasn't sure what traffic was going to be like, so I drove straight here rather than running home for a quick change. So I apologize. I don't mean any disrespect. I thought it'd be more disrespectful to be a little late, so I'll start off with that.
Mr. Fine, and we only had a couple of questions on this, so I appreciate you being here with us today. Did you have anything you wanted to affirmatively present or just want to answer questions?
I'm just here to answer questions.
Okay, so our understanding is this is just a transfer from Ms. Blau and her company back to Parkway Summerlin LLC, correct?
Correct.
She just decided to devote more of her time to her other businesses?
We are planning to do a pretty big capital investment into the space, redoing the dining room, the bar, putting a significant amount of money back into the property. And it would require a capital call because that's the only property that has a partner, which is Elizabeth. So when we presented her with the options, she said, buy me out. And she gave us a number and we accepted.
How did you come to that valuation? Was there any appraisal done or was it just internal?
We just asked her what she wanted and she said $150,000 and we said, okay.
Okay. How did you break down the percentages? The each point doesn't add up to the same between her personal interest and the LLC interest. Was that just an internal math equation?
The way that I understood it is we gave her $150,000 number. She has 4 shares of her own, and then she has shares that are with Made LV. She owns 100% of the preferred stock in Made LV, which is the 4%. And then she also owns 22% of the 22.2% of the common stock, which is the remaining 18%. So however she broke that down is what we wrote in our numbers.
Okay. And the percentages aren't that far off. I was just interested in why they were different. So thank you for explaining that. And we also were interested in the name on the business. Is the signage actually say Parkway Rampart?
The signage on the building says Parkway Tavern, and the signage when you enter the building on the door says Parkway Rampart. And this, I believe this was an oversight when we did it. We were planning on putting the fictitious firm name on each building to distinguish between all of the restaurants and venues. And we came to the conclusion when we had 2 potentially on the same street, we just decided to brand everything Parkway Tavern, and this will be changed and fixed in when we remodel the space.
Gotcha. And you have a FFN for that right now under Parkway Rampart, correct?
Correct. And it says that on the doors.
Good. And just wanted to be sure that's correct for purposes of our licensing and our agenda today. So thank you for answering that. That's all the questions I had. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions?
Good afternoon. Did you want to give us any more specifics about the remodeling you're planning on doing?
We're discussing just a full scrape the whole thing clean, redo the kitchen to make it able to get food out faster, redesigning the bar, redoing the patios to make them more usable. Potentially, we haven't gone too far into this, changing this to the concept that we opened in Henderson, which is the Boulevard Grill, which would change everything. We'd go back in and resubmit everything with the commission and the control board. And we haven't gotten to that point yet. We just know that we're going to start taking bids from contractors to see what costs will be.
How long do you estimate this will take?
By this time next year, we should have either a refresh or a rebrand of the space.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Chairman.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. Nice to see you again, Mr. Fine. I'm jealous
see
of
you.
the attire. I wish I could dress like that.
You guys were smart. You guys went up to where it's a little bit more cool.
Not much. It's only what, 103 here today. So you're gonna have a full-blown restaurant here, right?
Yes, we have a full-blown restaurant now.
And go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, we took Maid over. That's why Elizabeth Blau and Maid are partners. And we kept the same kitchen that they had. And it would just, the flow of the restaurant isn't ideal for operation.
Okay. So as far as menu items, the Durango property, George's, they have that pork chop item on there that I tried. It was out of this world. Are you going to have something similar at this location?
We will definitely have some signature items on there that will hopefully, bring in all the neighbors in the area.
Okay, yeah, you're right down the street from me. Tivoli Village.
Yes.
So I'm looking forward to dining in your new restaurant. When do you expect it to be open with the new menu?
Well, we as of right now, we just changed the menus last week for all the parkways. We plan to keep that the same, but we just wanted the idea would be doing a small refresh.
Right.
But I believe that neighborhood needs a product like the Boulevard Grill, and that's where we do the full scale.
Okay. Great. Yeah.
Remodel.
Yeah, you've got some competition right across the street. The El Posto Solito, I guess it's called. And then you've got
El Solito Posto.
El Solito Posto. There you go. Very good restaurant, by the way. And then you've got the steakhouse right across from you as well.
Echo and Rig.
Yes, Echo and Rig. So you've got some good competition there. The chairman and I will probably be there. We don't live too far from you.
And good neighbors. Al Solito is my brother, and Ada's is my brother as well.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Well, I am looking forward to it, and I'm happy to support this application.
Great. Thank you for being here, Mr. Fine, and thank you for clearing up the questions we had. I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 5.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'm happy to make that motion. With respect to restricted item number 5, I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission on this item as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Good luck to you.
And thank you, and thank you to Agent Katie Jones. She's been very helpful and amazing through all these processes.
Great.
Thank you.
Good luck in summer camp. Bringing us to restricted item number 6.
Restricted number 6 are the applications of Eclipse Route Operations LLC doing business as ECL Gaming for a restricted gaming license as noted on the agenda and in the exhibit to the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Donato.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Jeff Donato here. And I'm an enrolled agent. And with me today is Mr. Jason Villafana. He is the COO of ECL Gaming. And also joining me today is Ms. Jennifer Lee. She is the Director of Tavern Operations here in Las Vegas of ECL Gaming. And I understand that we have the seller there present in Carson City as well, just in case there may be some questions for her. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to provide some information about these applications, and then we'd be here to answer any questions that you may have.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. So ECL NNV LLC is in the process of acquiring 11 tavern locations in Reno, known as Bullies. There's 4 locations in the city of Reno, 4 locations in the city of Sparks, 2 locations in Washoe, and 1 location in Carson City. ECL NNV LLC has entered into space lease agreements with the SRO Eclipse Route Operations LLC doing business as ECL Gaming. The gaming operations at all 11 locations will operate under space lease agreements, and ECL NNV LLC will only collect space lease rent for the same. As a result, the SRO ECL Gaming applied to hold the restricted gaming license and add all 11 locations to its existing route. If these applications are approved, the change of ownership for all 11 locations will take place on or about September 1st of 2024, unless we are able to secure the local business licenses sooner. All local business license applications have already been submitted with each of the respective jurisdictions, and Mr. Winchell has completed his fingerprints with all local police departments. In addition, all safety inspections are underway, including building, fire, health, and safety, building health, fire inspections. With regard to the City of Reno gaming application, the city accepted our application. However, the city will not start processing that application until the state gaming applications have been recommended for approval by this board. Therefore, if we receive the recommendation of approval today, the 4 local gaming license applications in the City of Reno will likely be placed on a city council agenda for consideration next month. Upon conducting the change of ownerships, ECL NNV will take over all 11 locations as is with no changes. In the near future, however, ECL NNV LLC would like to make some changes to the 4 lounge locations and rebrand them as Lucky Sevens. As part of the changes, the Lucky Seven style kitchen would be installed at the 4 lounge locations that currently do not have kitchens. All locations have 15 machines, except the lounge location on McCarran. The location currently has 12 machines, but as part of the rebranding to Lucky Sevens, the number of machines will be increased to 15. Lastly, as part of the SRO, the ECL Gaming adding these 11 locations to its route, one of the general managers in Las Vegas has relocated to Reno to be the director of tavern operations for Northern Nevada. With that, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval on these applications, and we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Donato. That was a fine explanation, and you answered most of my questions about the acquisition, the transfer, the licensing, the timing, the local licensing timing. So I don't believe I had any further questions for you or the other individuals. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions?
Yes, just a quick question. How many general managers are there?
For the bullies?
Just go identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Lee. Each location has a general manager. So there would be, there's 7 general managers.
Okay.
Yeah, because the 4 smoke-ins that are, the lounges that are with them, that general manager oversees that lounge as well.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have, Chair.
All right, Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. The condition, you've read that, Mr. Donato, and you're satisfied with that condition?
Yes, we have. If you're referring to the condition for the signage on the doors.
Correct.
That is in place, and yes, we accept that condition. It will remain that way.
Great. All right, that's all I have.
Anything else, Mr. Donato?
That is it. I'd like to thank Agent Partee for all her help on these 11 locations. It's been a lot, and I appreciate all her help and expertise on getting this onto the agenda.
Thank you. Yeah, there was quite a bit here in our packet of materials because it's a significant number of locations, but all being put into one transaction makes it very easy for us to understand as well. So thank you, and thank you to staff and all the agents for putting this together in a very cohesive format for me to review it all over the weekend. I would entertain a motion then on restricted item number 6.
Yes, I'll be happy to do that. Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. With respect to restricted agenda item number 6, I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of this agenda item as read into the record by Secretary Rupert, with the condition that a sign of appropriate size must be posted on both sides of the interior door between Bully's Sports Bar and Grill Sparks and Bully's Lounge, which indicates it is for employees only.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You too. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to our next item, which I believe is a new game, correct?
Correct. You have one request for final approval of a new game. That item is Louisiana Stud, submitted by AGS, a Delaware limited liability company.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm William Stevens for AGS.
Is there anything you want to tell us about this application?
The main purpose of this particular game is to allow us to connect our progressives to it, to give the casinos a different look for the players.
And it's my understanding that this game is very similar to a game that's already been approved by the Nevada Gaming Commission and is available for play in Nevada, correct?
Correct.
And you understand that any recommendation by the Nevada Game Control Board, approval by the Nevada Gaming Commission would in no way intend to encourage or induce infringement or any other area regarding intellectual property that may be owned by or licensed by any other entity. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also understand that by us recommending this today and possibly the commission voting for it in the future in no way says that we are providing any intellectual property advice, any intellectual property in any way that says your machine, your game versus the other game has any heightened rights or diminished rights. Is that understood? If I made that clear?
Oh, very clear.
Okay, and you're also aware that the Nevada Game Control Board and the Nevada Gaming Commission do not have any liability whatsoever with regard to any potential intellectual property actions or claims that may be made.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Watkins, anything you would like to ask regarding this new game?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's Mr. Williams, right? Or
William
Stevens?
Stevens. yeah.
William Stevens. Have you been in front of the board?
I have.
before? You look
yes.
familiar. What game, was it a online game?
I forget what our last game was that we had approved through here. I think it might have been Jackpot Hold'em, perhaps.
I understand there's some slight differences between Louisiana Stud and Mississippi Stud. Could you lay those out for us?
So the name, obviously, we do have the side wager, 3-up bonus wager on there, as well as it allows us to put our stack side wager on there, which is a progressive system. So depending on the hand that the player gets, they can win on top of the base game, a progressive, as well as that side, the other 3-up wager.
Okay. All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions, Chair.
Questions by you, Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I don't have any questions.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add on this item, Mr. Stevens?
No, thank you.
All right, then I would entertain a motion on requesting approval of this new game.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Henry. I would move to recommend approval of NG 010724, which is July of 2024, for approval of this new game.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you for being here.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to you.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to our next item, which is a casino patron dispute, correct?
Correct. You have one patron dispute appeal. That item is Tammy Fewer versus Red Rock Casino Resort Spa, case number 23LV01126. The hearing examiner recommends that the agent's decision denying payment be modified as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Yeah, I'd like to make a disclosure regarding this patron dispute. I make this disclosure that is not required by Nevada's ethics laws, but it's something I want to do in keeping with my belief of full transparency. It's also something I'm making disclosure on because the patron actually raised my prior employment in a letter that she sent to the board regarding this dispute. This disclosure is very similar to one I made last year when Red Rock Resorts had its first matter come on an agenda when I was a member of the Game and Control Board. It is my public knowledge, and it is my knowledge as well as public knowledge that I was a executive employee for a company majority owned by Frank Fertitta III and Lorenzo Fertitta in the past. I left employment of that company more than 7 years ago. I also had other previous business dealings with those two gentlemen. However, none of those business dealings currently exist today. To be very clear for the record, I was never an employee of Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos, and I have no pecuniary interest in any Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos matters. And this disclosure relates to business in the past and not any current commitments. For the record, I do not believe this disclosure is required by law because it has nothing to do with a gift, loan, pecuniary interest to me, any commitment by me in a private capacity to the interest of others, of another person, or involves any representation or counseling by me within the past year. Consequently, I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by the prior dealings, and moreover, my own personal judgment is not affected. Therefore, I will be fully participating and voting on this matter, as well as any future matters relating to Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos and or their affiliated companies, unless, of course, other separate ethical considerations require disclosure and possible abstention at the appropriate time. Regarding this patron dispute, I have carefully reviewed the recommendation of the hearing examiner, as well as all the exhibits pertaining to the patron dispute. After that thorough review, I have a number of questions about this matter. And because the board is constrained to the record on review from the hearing, we cannot take testimony regarding this matter during today's meeting. So to begin with, my inclination is to refer or remand the matter back to the hearing examiner with instructions on receiving further evidence. And then after that further hearing, the hearing examiner can reconsider the recommendation based on the existing evidence that we have before us today, along with any new evidence that may supplement the record. In particular, I have a number of areas where I would like to see the record include additional information. I'll go through those and I'll try to go through them slowly, but I do have a number of them. The first and most important issue is whether or not lawful wagers existed on the first two legs of the patron's three-leg parlay that was placed, and whether or not the outcome of those two legs of the three-leg parlay could be lawfully wagered on when the outcome was already known. I'm interested in whether or not under Nevada law, including any prior Nevada Game Control Board decisions, specifically address the legal question of whether or not a person, even a person without knowledge, can lawfully place an enforceable wager on a sporting event when the outcome of that event has already been determined. Pursuant to the definition of a wager under NRS 463.01962, the occurrence of the outcome of the event must be uncertain. So the question becomes then, does it matter whether or not the patron does or does not know that the event has already occurred, as long as there is no uncertainty left? I have quite a few other questions as well. I would like to see more information regarding how the petitioner learned about these two particular soccer matches. The first match was between Bermuda and French Guiana. The second match was between St. Vincent Grenadines and Belize. I wasn't completely sure from the record, but it appears that the petitioner had not ever placed a sporting wager before. Yet here the petitioner placed 5 separate three-leg parlays just a few minutes apart, a couple of minutes before these two soccer matches were supposedly scheduled to start. I'm also interested in further details as to why the recommendation states that the petitioner had no, quote, actual knowledge that the two soccer matches had concluded, that the patron did not have any actual knowledge that the two soccer matches had or had not concluded prior to the petitioner placing the wagers on the matches. Also interested in why the petitioner decided to place 5 separate identical three-leg parlay wagers each for $100 within a span of approximately 3.5 minutes, rather than placing only one $500 parlay wager. Also interested in further information and evidence regarding the presumably unknown individuals who advised the petitioner to wager on the two international soccer matches. In particular, who were these individuals and where did they get their information about these two soccer matches? Additionally, I didn't see any information explaining why the petitioner added the third leg of the parlay wager. That third leg was specifically a wager placed on Michigan football team to beat the UNLV football team at odds of minus 22,000. Those odds on a straight non-parlayed $100 wager come out to a win of 45 cents. So I'd be very interested in why that third leg was added to the parlay. I also want to see the total number of other wagers placed at Palace Station Casino properties on these two games, and any available information or data from other Clark County race and sports books, as well as any information placed at other Nevada or Clark County sports books on the Michigan to beat UNLV game at minus 22,000 odds. Additionally, I want to be sure the record reflects exactly how many wagers Station Casino properties took on the two soccer matches in question. Similarly, how many other non-Station Casino properties took wagers on the two soccer matches in question after the games had already started or after the games had concluded. Also, the number of wagers should be added into the record to show how many wagers were placed in Nevada or in Clark County on the two soccer matches before the soccer matches started. Also, how many other patrons were denied payment of their wagers at Station Casinos or any other available property information on the two soccer matches, and whether or not any of those patrons filed a patron dispute with the Gaming Control Board. There also needs to be an evaluation of the doctrine of unclean hands and whether or not it applies to Nevada gaming law for wagers that are placed on a sporting event after the event is already ended or is not uncertain. If the unclean hands doctrine does apply to Nevada law in an analysis of lawful wagers, the question is whether or not a lawful wager can exist, and likewise whether or not a bettor under such a doctrine can bring a patron dispute attempting to enforce payment by a casino. I also want to understand more regarding why Station Casinos did not request to rescind the wagers of this patron pursuant to NGC Regulation 22.115 once it was learned that the wagers were placed after the two soccer matches had already ended. I'm also interested in more details regarding whether Station Casinos denied winning wagers to other sports bettors who placed wagers on the two soccer matches after the matches had already ended. I want to be very clear for the record that I am not accusing anyone of fraudulent acts as defined under NRS Chapter 465. However, based upon what I've read in the record of this patron dispute, I have a lot of questions, as is very clear from what I just stated for the record, about what occurred in this particular matter, both from the petitioner side and the respondent side. Consequently, I'm personally not prepared to move forward with a recommendation today, to the examiner's recommendation today. And of course, I want to hear from my fellow board members on what they believe should happen on this particular recommendation by the hearing examiner. Dr. Watkins?
Yes, I think it would be helpful to gather more information with regard to this particular dispute. Chairman, you named a long list of items that I think would be interesting to have information about. I would like to add emphasis to information or additional analyses that I would like to see. In a few of them you already mentioned. First and foremost, my understanding is that Stations has not requested a rescission up until this day. There still has not been a request for a rescission. I'd like to understand better what impact that failure to request a rescission has. And then the other issue is with regard to an analysis related to unclean hands. I'd like to see that that analysis played out in the recommendation. And that is all.
Thank you. Judge Assad?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I would like to have an agent try to explain to me regarding the log that's part of this record that shows multiple players at various stations' properties made nearly identical bets on these particular soccer teams within minutes of each other, and whether there is any evidence that any other patrons made similar bets at any other casinos outside of the station's properties. There's a list of dozens of bets made involving Bermuda and St. Vincent Grenadine at 15:03.17, 15:03.36 seconds, 15:04.53 seconds, 15:05.42 seconds, and it goes on and on and on. These are people banging away at the kiosk, trying to get as many bets as they could in a matter of seconds. And it's very highly suspect that people would be betting in such a way. And if it did not occur at any other casinos, that's even makes it even more highly suspect. I would like to see if agents can find out if any other casinos had these games on the board after the games have already concluded, and whether other patrons had made those similar type of bets. It's highly suspect for people to be making. I mean, I don't believe in coincidences like this. That's the bottom line. You can't have dozens of people making strange bets on soccer games in another country within minutes of each other, unless they have prior inside information. And it really doesn't matter whether this particular patron had knowledge or not. If someone was simply telling her, go make these bets, that's enough right there to establish denial of the bets. It's my estimation. I'd like to find out if it's really a wager. If these games had already concluded and then the bets were made, in my estimation, it's not a wager. It's ab initio, not a wager, because it never came into existence as an enforceable wager. It's not even a contract because there's no meeting of the minds, first of all. The fact that, say, a minor or someone in the black book makes a bet, it's not a wager because there are laws that prevent it. I know there's not a specific law covering this situation, but I would like to know if the legal analysis of this would say that that in itself is not a wager, whether they had prior knowledge, whether there was any fraud or not. The simple fact that you're making a bet on a game that's already concluded in and of itself, ab initio, that's Latin for from the beginning, that simply cannot be considered a wager. So I'd like to have the investigator look back into that and see if any other people made these similar bets, and some legal analysis possibly on what I just stated. There's several errors that are in this report that I'd like to see either corrected or re-evaluated. For example, on number 9 on page 4, another individuals had bet 3 wagers on 2 soccer games as part of a 2-leg parlay at Palace Station and Casino. And this individual cashed out their tickets for $7,250 each prior to Don Best's email notification. What time did they make the bet and what time did they cash out? And it's pretty much irrelevant whether they had advanced knowledge or not. Somebody gave it to them, that's enough for me. So I think we have highly suspect betting tactics here. Why would you want to make 5 individual $100 bets on the same teams when you could simply make a $500 bet on the same 2 teams? The only reason is you're structuring the bet in order to avoid a cash out over, say, $3,000, which would have to trigger some type of internal customer transaction report by the individual property. So there's multiple indications of shenanigans on this particular bet. And I would like to have further facts evaluated. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Chairman, if
Please, Dr. Watkins, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I missed one point that I wanted to add, and that was with regard to issues that you and the judge have already both mentioned, but I wanted to also add my emphasis that I'd like to look into and have an analysis presented as to whether a lawful wager actually exists, because I think that it could have residual effects. Any type of analysis about whether a wager can be lawfully placed after the outcome of a game is known. And as you mentioned, Chairman, earlier, whether or not that person had knowledge. I think that's a relevant point as well to be analyzed. And that's all I have.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Watkins. I agree. I think that's really the crux of this matter is the legal question of what you just articulated and what I had in my notes as well. And I believe the judge said as well is regardless of the potential bettor's knowledge, the question is whether or not a lawful wager can be placed when the outcome of the event is no longer uncertain. And I believe that is not in line with the definition of a wager, but based on what we have in front of us from a record, I would like some further analysis on this as we send it back. I think that's what's going to happen here if I'll entertain a motion rather than me just refer it back to keep the record clean. But I would ask also that the Nevada Attorney General's office may weigh in if the hearing examiner asks for assistance regarding these legal questions that come up during this matter. And as I just stated, I could refer this back, but based on all three of us having separate questions for the hearing examiner, I think it'd make more sense if we took a motion to actually remand if one of you wants to make that motion.
I'll be happy to make that motion. I would just also like to ask the hearing examiner to ask an agent or the agent on this case. Maybe it was in the record, I might have missed it, but this particular patron, how many times has she made a similar bet? How many times has she ever bet on soccer games in foreign countries? How often does she make such bets? And why would she leave a poker game to go make a bet of this nature when, unless she had prior information, is the thought that comes to my mind. So I'd like to have more investigation regarding the patron's state of mind and her motives and her past experiences and dealings with making bets like this. If she ever did make similar bets, it just creates more questions than answers. So I would, you want to move to remand it back? Right?
I think that'd be the proper motion.
I would move to remand this particular case back to the hearing officer with instructions that we've stated for further investigative factual determinations to be made by the agent.
I would agree with that and say that the hearing examiner can use the transcript from these proceedings for all three of the board members' questions that we would like to have further evidence taken during a extended or revisited patron dispute. Anything else you'd like to add, Dr. Watkins?
Nothing further from me, Chair.
All right.
I would like to add, the agent might want to ask her if she could name just one player on any of these four teams. I would be very interested to see if she could do that as well.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. That motion passes and the matter will be remanded back to the hearing examiner for further evidence and recommendation. Bringing us to our next item, Madam Secretary, which I believe is our regulation agenda, correct?
Correct. You have one regulation agenda item regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 22, as noted on the agenda.
Mr. McKellar, I believe this is yours, correct?
Correct, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. And based on ongoing internal discussions, I would request that you refer this matter back to staff until those discussions can be resolved.
Okay, any idea on, are we looking at a month or two, or we just don't know?
We don't know at this point. I would say a month or two would be reasonable, but I don't want to commit the people who are holding these discussions to that time frame.
Understood. Do you believe it needs to go back to a actual regulatory workshop or can just be propped back on the board's regulatory agenda?
I think it would depend on the outcome of the discussions. My thoughts would be it could be right back on the board agenda, but again, I don't wish to commit to that. If things come out really different from the way they're drafted now, then we probably would want to workshop it. But if they're just slight tweaks, we can bring it right back to a board agenda.
Understood, and I would completely agree. If they're minor tweaks, semantics or language or anything, let's put it back on a board agenda. If we have more significant changes, I'm fine having it on a board agenda. Let's just be sure that everyone in the industry, the patrons, licensees, public, everybody has time to show up and present any arguments before or after seeing the next draft that comes out. All right, then, Madam Secretary, we will refer back the regulation to staff, bringing us, I believe, to our last item, which is public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's start in Las Vegas. Is there anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment this afternoon? Is there anyone there, Dr. Watkins?
There is no one here except for Chief Barbie. He's in the audience.
And he doesn't want to make any public comment?
I don't think so.
All right, then. Let's go here to Carson City. Anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment this afternoon? All right. Judge, Dr. Watkins, any public comment?
None by me. Thank you.
Nothing for me either.
All right, then that will close our second public comment section of the agenda. And that will conclude the Nevada Game Control Board meeting for the July 10th, 2024 meeting. Thank you all for attending in person or virtually today. Thank you, Dr. Watkins, for being in Las Vegas with us, and good luck to you. And we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Cut off.